Are we ready, kids?
No.
This ain't the Pyro campaign set. What are you doing?
Oh, sorry. It's just a good way to start.
Who does it invite for under the sea?
It's been a while since we've been with this group.
None of us, motherfuckers.
We're returning to the city characters, if you didn't already get that memo. So the last time we were with them was 2 months ago.
Gods.
Out of game time.
Kill me.
And it's been a while. And you guys were dealing with a attempted coup. After Mel kind of asserted herself as Binder Lord of the 12th Seal. The certain other houses kind of took advantage of that, most particularly the second house, and it seems like the 9th house. You guys had split up to kind of deal with those things. Mel and Setch and Farum basically protecting the 12th house that now belongs to the Vampire Lord. And then Garuld went to assist Anton at the 5th house. Eventually. But trying to say if there was any other like specific things that
Pancakes now half off at the 13th house. Limited time only.
Dude, nice.
I knew I came back to this shitty city.
That's right. Birdman is kind of arriving after getting teleported back after some couple days of having his own drama, I guess. Letters involved, voices of the people involved, and they meet with Mel and Setch, and they kind of commune about some of what's like I guess inform Birdman kind of some of the things that have happened. And then Mel sends word to the 9th house about what's going on. Birdman has kind of warns Mel about the kind of consequences of some of the house kind of deaths and things that were caused during this coup. Setch and Mel don't seem to care too much about those things as there's their thing. They eventually go back to Mel's lair, and Birdman, I think he follows suit was kind of what we narrated. Meanwhile, Garuld had at the 5th house bind, he is able to stop the 2nd house from outnumbering this single dragonborn alchemist named Klom, who was sent to defend by Anton, and as well as his little homunculus Ufibri. And Anton, after defending the seal, they go back to Anton, and the Garuld kind of talks with Klom about it's kind of more of like a memory, I think, anything, but there's a discussion about how where he got his abilities from, and from the Dragonborn city to the northeast called Drome, that had catalysts from Cataladin Row that kind of came together. But Klom is being subversive in some ways to Garuld, or he's not given his full story about who he is. And then the Garuld has to kind of wait his turn to speak with Anton, and then Anton gives him access to his stash of potions, and he gets giant strength potion, invulnerability, and a poison that can he can apply to I think a weapon. I can't remember off the top of my head. Didn't write that one down there. And then Klum says the Ninth House was also involved in this coup, so Anton kind of takes that as, I don't know, he's going to be responsible for part of what happens today. But and there's a little bit of conflict that happens there with Plum and Garuld, and there are magic markings on the Dragonborn, and hinting, like, kind of in his like inside his pupils, basically. He noticed something was off in some of his conversations and whatnot, and having kind of saved Anton from this kind of possessed creature kind of attacking him, the dwarf kind of makes another deal with Anton and that gnomish alchemist, the Binder Lord of the Fifth House, is able to kind of work together a magical tattoo that the dwarf is after as kind of payment for his interactions and assistance to the Fifth House. Prior to that, we met Killian the session before, more or less, who was loosely involved with Birdman, and there was kind of a development of those two characters kind of going off together for an investigation of some of the involvements that I mentioned here with the 12th and 5th house, as well as just what, in general, what the city has been developing against kind of the authorities you guys are connected to. We're gonna pick up with some time that has gone by a little bit. A probably we're going to be getting into the next month of things to allow time for some of your actions to kind of percolate and have a reason to exist more in the city, but also to give us something to actually feels more relatable to the time we've been away from them, I think, too. So there's my months are about
20 days.
20 days or so. You guys are gonna have like 10 days of like that you had of like general downtime. Do you guys want to go first, or do you want me to go first to describe what kind of happens in those 10 days?
I love
Is
to
kind
hear your description of those 10 days.
We want a minute to minute, hour to hour exact replay of 10 days, Seth.
Second to second.
All right, guys. I'll see you on November 22nd.
Buckle in, guys.
Moon. I did the phases of the moon. I did the exact weather temperature.
I need to know.
We're gonna
the
have a blood moon in real life by the end of this.
I need to know the precise details of Birdman taking a shit. With his entire
What is
routine.
my character's current
I can
blood
tell.
sugar
I can tell you
level?
that. You don't have to. Seth doesn't have to tell you that. I could narrate that
Yeah.
for you if you really, really want it.
I take
we
my
have
blood
seen this
glucose level
before.
on the
We have
8th
seen
day.
this before.
Once a week.
It does take a whole day. Well, now it probably doesn't because I'm not a bird anymore. So
Okay. Well,
I mean, I don't know.
then I will go
I mean,
first.
Okay.
The um Since the actions of the Blood Festival, when not only one but two Tarasques were awoken, and then a and not even the one in the middle of the city either. And then some other weird creature exploded out from the central keep, destroying part of the wall in the process from underneath, followed by drow. This last 10 days is the first bout of like relative peace because of the civil war that was spawned thereafter as well between the 9th house and 12th house, as well as the events of the coup. They most of the is allowed people to calm down and allow some cleanup and rebuilding to happen for the first time in since before the Blood Festival, which is seems to your characters and probably to yourselves like forever ago, because it kind of is in some ways, both in game and out of game. The month of Ghost Memory, which ended in the time that you guys had these 10th days, there would have been the equivalent of like Day of the Dead kind of representation meets like ancient Native American kind of vibes a little bit with your own weird pockets of human and dwarf and stuff that do their own thing. This month is a month that is a month to say goodbye and kind of bury people or go back to graves and do that. So, with everything that's happened with the different actions and deaths and stuff, there's lots of funerals that happen in these last 10 days because they're obviously taking opportunity of that time. The different organizations, from little kind of ferret sort of powwow situations to, the more official like their dwarven funeral ops where they like parade through the city with drums and bagpipes and things. There's a mixture of all these different things that kind of happen from the various hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have died. Some of them by your own hands. Nevertheless, in that time, you will have the availability to get some bonuses on some downtime stuff. If you want to roll for that stuff, you'll have significant bonuses because you'll have some downtime. I thought of a new way to kind of account for that. See how it works. Nonetheless, Birdman, quote unquote. I know he shared one of the letters with the group, and made mention of another one. Those. How do I word this in the simplest terms? There is
They're fucking shit up.
more graffiti than normal at certain places that against the houses. There are more arrests happening for people just getting angry over water shortages and food
I know
rationing
I
and things.
sent everyone the first one, but I'll read
Yeah.
everyone the second one again when we get
Okay.
there.
We can get there in a minute. And then there are meetings being held, more like family meetings. It hasn't really like grown to the point where it's like community centers and stuff yet, or churches and stuff yet, but it's starting to get to that point here and there. But it's mostly like people are talking around the table and starting to voice their complaints about how the city is organized and how it has been this way for a while. And there was 12 years ago a promise of change from the 12th house, and look what the fuck has happened, is the general summation of most of the conversations. There isn't really, but there is kind of also the pseudonym that you have used
Yeah.
is a name that's being used around the dinner table.
I'll type it.
Is someone that is like the person that finally said the thing that people didn't know how to say is kind of it. For now until something more comes of it, but it is more than the city has ever seen as something like that. The houses have never been so devoid of contact with the people that they serve. As not all the houses see it that way, but this is the first time in a long time where, because of their own selfish civil wars and other things that are kind of going on right now, that they're really not in touch with what the people really are saying, and there's an obvious disparity of that voice and freedom that all your characters would be picking up on in this day, whether in conversations at the tavern or things that you see graffiti or a letter written, or that someone's like doing a similar thing, like quoting some of this guy's things that he said as like things to like pay attention to. It's really odd. Like, it's really odd. To those that grew up in the city, this isn't something that's it's rare to see something that gravitates so many people from so many different houses. Other than that, there is a vibe of search in each house has squads, for lack of a better way to put it, I guess, sent throughout the city. They're looking for something, and I will player knowledge your characters. You can decide how much your characters are aware of this, of the city. They are looking for Mel. They don't know they're looking for Mel, but they're looking for whatever has happened. Like, it's starting to get the point where they know something's shifted, and a couple Binder Lords do know. So there's starting to be some of those political reorganizations, and in these 10 days, at some point you are contacted by a ferret that tells you of a meeting happening on the next full moon, that the 5 houses that most of you represent, the 5 houses that kind of started this initial city split off, the 5th, 8th, 9th, 11th, and 10th house, they ask you all as associates to come to this meeting as in a very official, open solidarity, like, hey, we 5 houses are coming together to try to solve these issues in the city. We hear the people's voice. And most of you know that's not exactly what this meeting's about, but that's what they're putting forth as the face. And that, in and of itself, is a rare move, too. Most of the houses, it's like 2, maybe 3, rarely 5 that officially say up in front, we're working together. It doesn't happen very often. Like, once in every 20 years or something. So,
5th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th.
mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that shit is so sus.
Oh yeah.
Nevertheless, you guys can take opportunity to kind of narrate anything you would like to add about these 10 days. Birdman can share more about the letters if he would like to remind people of anything, of course.
Everyone should go before me though, because they're pretty long.
So I guess I have a
Well.
couple of questions. One, for this meeting, was it like we heard it in our heads, or someone sent a physical letter for a summons? And
A ferret.
a ferret sent a letter. Okay.
At some point, a ferret, presumably from the 10th house, has come to you and either informed you or a letter that was presumably the paw, you're presuming is the signature of Piovani of the 10th house, the Binder Lord. Or you can narrate that your Binder Lord got the letter and is like saying, hey,
I think that would make more sense.
you're coming with me. Nevertheless, we usually roll with the former rather than the latter just because of characters. But new characters, you guys can narrate that as you see fit. For those things. The only kind of slight sort of, but maybe it's more along the lines of like Birdman and Killian hear of this official meeting and like find out where it is.
I got my ear to the ground.
I probably get a letter.
And it's probably Birdman, I imagine you're Piavani's personal attorney. He probably wants you there.
Hmm.
Don't
For
tell him all
those
that.
things. Yeah, don't tell him about that.
Well, I'm a public defender. He just pays me to be his personal attorney.
Yes,
so Mel can do
yes.
the same thing. She just isn't doing it the right way.
Yeah. So yeah, what do you guys do? You have anything you want to narrate as downtime or whatever, and then, or we can just jump forward time and go to the letters that are kind of pertinent to
I just want to
some
roll
of why this.
for. I just want to roll for survival proficiency.
We've just been chilling in the shack, the four of us.
A bunch of dudes in the shack.
Yeah, you're not allowed in the shack. I would
Bunch of
definitely be dead. I would be dead dropping you shit.
Is it the
or be
love
meeting
shack?
You in a,
Bunch
in a
of bunch of
separate
bros in the
location.
Jack Shack.
The love
Yeah.
shack.
The Jack Shack.
Charging on JO crystals.
The Jack Shack, yeah.
The Aloha snack bar, bro. Get it right.
Jack in the
Okay.
shack.
You need to roll a survival check,
Aloha snack bar.
Mister.
Oh, how long? It's been like 2 months.
Okay, this is where it has not been. It's been 2 months out of game. It's been 10 days in game. So you can roll with a plus 10, and if you get above 20, you get it's like you hit a jackpot and you get like extra.
Ooh. Okay.
The Jack. Not quite.
Let me use an inspiration for that right away. So yeah.
Well, use your first inspiration. I love it.
Yeah.
Off to a
12.
great start.
Getting it out of way early, you know.
This
Oh.
morning we awakened to clanking metal.
It's doing the Skyrim strat, just eating random plants to see what it does.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Indigestion. Oh, that causes my eyesight to go out.
And I wake
Farum,
up in
No, you don't need that.
have you been training in survival yet, Farum?
No, I did acrobatics before, which I completely forgot, but I locked survival in now, so fuck it.
Well, there you go. Are you making the inspiration to take that 12? Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You gain 11 points towards your proficiency.
That was worth it. Hell yeah.
Damn.
Thanks, God.
You're welcome. So, would you like to narrate what Farum's doing during these 10 days to gain the, such an understanding of survival skills?
Yeah, Sperm was harvesting the spider venom from the defeated spiders out of the 12th house. He developed quite a keen interest in anything related to that kind of stuff, or in beasts in general. So he spent his time tracking down various kinds of beasts throughout and outside the borders of the city of Salt.
Oh man.
Okay, so kind of left the city, maybe went down in the Underdark a little bit.
I wish it was like that.
Okay.
A thought set.
My dog is loud.
So in these 10 days of chaos, because I presume my Binder Lord would have this on his mind, I would try to be, in preparation for this meeting, trying to get as much background information on Mel as possible from her affiliated houses, reported living conditions, and associates. just so we can have some substance to contribute to the meeting.
Oh no! Did
No.
you say reported living conditions?
Well,
Did
Oh
it?
no!
no one
You're gonna
knows
find me again.
no one knows it's Mel though as the Finder Lord yet.
Well, she does
Well-
have one residence that this city knows about.
The 11th house. Yeah, they don't know 100% about Mel yet.
Okay.
They know something's happened, but they don't know what.
Okay. Then I'll bite the carrot on the 9th house then. As far as if there's been reported collusion.
Okay. You can roll a history or investigation check.
What do you think would make more sense? Because I know one is better than the other, but what do you think makes more sense, Seth?
The doorbell rang. The history would be more about like what has happened in the last 10 days or prior with the 9th house. I think investigation would be more current events.
Let's do. Screw it, let's do current events. Oh, I didn't toggle that off. But you got that set?
Yeah.
No, this is perfect. We haven't been introduced to your character yet.
It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, who do you work for? Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
I don't care who it is. Fuck that guy.
Who are you?
That's exactly what I said to Gillian too.
Why are you giggling at my house?
Gillian
The
literally works at the police department.
Get out of
and
my
I said,
house!
fuck that guy.
the 9th house is a worrisome issue at this point. I don't know. What
When the
specific
DM says I
questions
don't
do you
know.
have? What specific questions do you have? Because it's a little bit of a bag of. It's a bag of crickets right now.
Jelly beans.
That are
Because
made out of bricks. Yes.
things have been wobbly with the bind of the 12th house, and there's been reports of some collusion or some coups that were attempted to upend the 12th house. We want to think of who would be associated with trying to, like within our own, like, who said it was the 5th, 9th, 10th, 11th that are trying to unify against this threat. I'm looking more inward to see, okay, out of all of our allies, which one would have the most benefit of trying to collude to topple the 12th house?
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
these
These
are
will be
rumors.
hokey stuff.
5, 8, 9,
Xantha, the leader of the 9th house, is spent and used quite a bit of his resources in the fall of the 12th house to take over their part of the Beast Crown. And they have turned that into, in the last 10 days, they've kind of taken it over. Like, what they're turning it into is what people don't know is kind of the issue. Xantha looks like he is going to attend with every response that's been given to this meeting. But there is... He has found something to the south outside the city that he's interested in. And has been spending more and more time. It's just south of the charnel gates. Where everything kind of spews out. Like his people are doing something in some of the sewage systems there in the last 10 days. Like not exactly construction, but there is something going on over there.
Where are
But
these gates?
I will let you know as a player.
Mhm.
I will as a player, not
there.
that your character. Yeah. It's
The gate's called the charnel slice. It's a
Sluice.
gate.
Yeah. Okay.
the Charnel Sluice. Yes.
Slice sounds better.
It
Slice of
is.
life. Slice of Terras's life.
It was
Where
definitely a slice of
this
life.
black circle is represents where Mel's lair is, quote unquote, outside the city by a decent ways, in the Underdark kind of thing. Player knowledge, not really your knowledge yet as a character, but player knowledge, that's what they're looking for.
Mm.
So it's like something that Xantha is spending a lot of money to investigate something that seems unimportant.
Insignificant.
Yes.
But why are you spending all this money though?
Yeah,
I see.
like he's paid a lot of like we'll say lower level adventurers and stuff to like go down there and investigate the Underdark, and they just come back finding Underdark or schlombies that are a little bit much for them.
Dude, they're
Long
That
yeah.
sounds,
Just schlombing
Us-
around.
There's schlombies down here.
sounds like an
Give a
Adventure
little
Time enemy.
schlomby.
Yeah, one
Yeah, if
one
you've met-
war
if-
crime
if-
will deal with it.
Yeah, if you've met them, they're definitely an Adventure Time villain for sure. I think they're definitely an Adventure Time
Yeah,
mob.
I like it.
If you've met them.
They only eat at Grub Up.
The only other thing is
They
the
only eat
ninth
when Mel tells them to, and she doesn't tell them to eat. So
the ninth house without Garul's involvement in thwarting kind of what happened with the fifth house, sort of. The ninth house probably would have been with the second house in taking the fifth house bind. From Anton's people. Not the word of power itself, but enough to influence the one who has the word of power. So that was sort of recent events, something in the last 10 days that has kind of come to light with people is the not everyone, but the trade with the ninth house is been slim the last 10 days. They are not doing as much trade for, and then people are also, I don't know, complaining about those things, I think, in some ways too. But you would learn from that Xantha has agents as well that come from pretty much half of the different houses he has some sort of influence on. Some of them are the more neutral houses. Like, he has a lot of sway over now because of what he's done with the 12th house over the 13th and over the 3rd house. That most houses couldn't lay claim over. And it's subtle, and it's because of his kind of ownership of land now and kind of what he controls. Because of what he's taken over by the 12th house. There's a big shift. Nevertheless, that was the last bit. Anyone else want to do anything before we jump to current events?
Yes.
You were gonna go before me? It's all good. I think my thing's more of like a last thing.
Okay.
You go.
You're
Oscar.
No,
broken.
well, now it's awkward. No, it's
We all have very important things that we've done in 10 days and don't want to say it all.
No, I'm just dog detective.
Well, yeah. I
Well-
was gonna say, I mean, I've probably been talking to you over these 10 days, but I'm trying to like
You've been
I already
seeing
know
me
what's
in
going on, so
alleyways.
I'm leading you on a wild goose chase because I already know what's going on.
Yeah, obviously the hound of the first house knows what's happening. Or was it?
Yeah.
You don't. I'm not that. You know nothing about me. Fuck you.
But I know everything about you. We've become best friends in these 10 days.
No, we're not
and
best
I
friends.
know
We're not best friends. You're a bird. I'm a dog. I chase you around. I kill you.
I'm not a bird. I'm an elf that's
It's the
racist as
circle
shit.
of life.
Your name's
Uh,
Birdman. I'm pretty stupid, so
but it is basically that. Probably it's probably you
Clothes
just trying to
still
look for
have
me.
feathers on them, as far as
Half the
I
time.
I'm like
remember.
following you around for a while, and you're just being like, "Yeah, no, actually, what's going on is it's actually the gnomes.
I actually
They
know exactly what's going on. I'm just
the
taking you to my favorite
gnomes."
restaurants across
And I'm
town.
just like, I'm just kind of like, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm probably not gonna get anything from this, but that's actually pretty good restaurants. So
Yeah.
we just like continually tell each other the wrong thing and be like, yeah, and just have really good meals.
Yeah.
The
Dude,
Binder
you heard
Lord of
about
the Sixth House is
you heard
actually a
about that
bird.
Jay Gal? Have you heard about that Jay Galsman guy? Nah, man. Fucking, I don't know anything about that dude. Who's that guy?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Want to
Uh,
get tapas?
I love tapas. Actually, we should go to Gothmarks for. I just take you to the shittiest dive bars possible, where my name's on like the Deadpool. People want to kill me here, but they have really good tapas.
Garuld in this week would, and I was thinking of one idea, but thanks to greed, I had a way to make it a better idea. So Garuld also is going to be doing a survival proficiency boost. But the way he's going to do it is he's going to be, if he's not like being sent on a job by Anton, he's going to be just at some bar. I'm thinking in the 13th house because it's a lot more nicer there, quote unquote, nicer. And he'll be like in the corner drinking and reading like alchemy books and whatnot about different plants, their usages and whatnot.
Okay. I would like you to roll a survival check. You have a +10 on this because of the downtime bonus I'm giving. If you get above 20, you get extra bonuses.
I'd say I do.
Yeah. And then the that's pretty much the same as this. Okay, so you get 11 points towards survival. And part of what this is for jobs is Anton is I don't want to say vengeful, but he is vindictive. And he sends you on a couple key jobs to try to locate some of the important members of the second house who led the attack to see who they were talking to in the ninth house, and you figure out it's Xantha that was involved. It gave them orders, but it's not the highest up of the second house. It's kind of like one of the second or third ranking members. They do things different, so it's, whatnot. Each one of these weird animal people do it different. Nevertheless, they're like pretty high ranking member, but they're not the Binder Lord. Was the one that kind of did this. And it seems like the Binder Lord's upset at him because of that action. Because it's made the second house a target. And we'll say you've killed at least a dozen, members of the second house to get these questions by the end of it with the jobs he's been
Yo,
sending on.
yo, I totally had that thought as well. Like, who, like, I didn't know how it would work, but I totally had the thought, like, oh yeah, why not during these 10 days, Garuv like bust into some fucking warehouses and start breaking skulls too.
Yes, they're the second house is predominantly frog people. So
Fuck the
lots of frog,
frogs!
lots of frogs, warehouses and whatnot. Yes. You're so the Binder Lord of the second house. His name is Kane. with a Q, Kune. He is not happy with what his underling has done. But you also learned the second house is one of the... How do I word this? Because of the fall of the 12th house, they have lost a lot. And are very weak politically and financially. Compared to a lot of the other houses at this point. And they have refused a lot of deals over the years with the 5th and 10th house, the others that kind of help make connections. So,
Yo.
you as a insightful old soul would wonder about the future of this organization as a whole. From what you see from this week, they are not prepared for what's going to probably come at them. And Anton is going to come at them with... if he just sends you to the Binder Lord, they're fucked. Like, you're like, oh my god, I could kill, like, this entire house by myself. Like, that's kind of your vibe that you get from these guys as well. So,
And I literally had the thought too. Garul's methods, he's very direct. Like, if he finds out, like he's the type to just do the job that's given to him. But if he does know, like, oh, there's no way that the job won't continue from this point, and he can see what that next point is, he would totally walk up into the second house and demand for Xantha to show up. He would totally do that.
All right, I don't know who this guy
the
is, but
fucking
he's asking
boss.
for the wrong boss.
Yeah.
all right.
He's asking to see my manager, but the manager doesn't
He's another
work at the
castle.
store. Yeah. The
Your
manager he's
manager's
asking
another
for doesn't work at the store.
The Binder Lord does not ever meet you, but yes. This guy is scared to death after he hears about what's happened. So I imagine another part that develops that of this week is the second house kind of goes into hiding. And they, at the end of the week, near their bind around the Tarask, there are 3 eggs that appear one night, and they aren't sure what they are.
I swear, if it's Githyanki eggs.
They're not Githyanki eggs. They're about the size of a small, like a Fiat.
Oh my lord!
Oh my
What
god.
the hell?
What? Okay.
Okay, T-Rex eggs.
No, those are bigger than T-Rex eggs.
Holy fuck.
Those are bigger than T-Rex. Okay. Nevertheless, so there are many rumors about this, but most people. So I think that's one of the meeting questions will come about what to do about these eggs. Unless one of you want to go check out the eggs, you can do that.
Sure. Why not?
Why? Hold on, let me flip a coin for this. 1
I
is
was
yes,
gonna-
2 is I don't care.
I'm not
It's-
sure.
Okay, I care.
It makes
I'm
sense
trying to
with
get
Faram's prognosis.
I'm trying to get every Binder Lord together at this meeting. I don't give a fuck if we're only supposed to invite a certain amount of them. I'm trying to make a big one so that we can actually let everybody know, like, hey, we have a new Binder Lord in the house.
Are you
guys.
trying to
What's
get the
up?"
first?
Yeah, it's not that hard. I just have to send them a
Okay.
letter.
If
I don't
that
know.
is what you want to do, we can get to that in a second. So,
Yeah.
all right, you guys, if you investigate the eggs, all you find are giant fucking eggs that seem to have an umbilical connected to each other, like they were grown together, kind of thing, and then they were like cut off from something, and they look like they're very wet. Like they were soaked underwater for however long they've been gestating. What's inside them is yet to be known without further time to investigate. Um, it's not water. No, it's not
Ew.
water. It's not water.
I dare.
Is there like a crowd around the eggs, or is there some type of
Most of
security,
the
intense
time
security?
in the center, this is like, I'll put another mark on the board. Uh, fourth, third, second. This is like right in front of the nose of the Tarask, where
Ah,
I put that new blue mark at.
that's a bit of a wall.
Uh, and the God Butchers, on the whole, do not allow just average civilians in this area. You all, as representatives of the different houses and the level that you all are at, it's relatively, you probably know some of these God Butchers by first name, who kind of maintain the, harvesting as well as kind of security and safety of the thing, here. Um, yeah. So you're not gonna find a lot of crowd. There would probably be a constant, like, 3 to 5 God Butchers just out and about here. And then the rest would be somewhere inside. Maybe the lungs today.
I want to imagine that the Tarrasque tongue is constantly lolling out and is like close to these eggs. Even no matter how many times they cut off the tongue, it just keeps regrowing back like that.
They're trying to find a way to keep it in the mouth.
It's a
Oh,
very
God.
bad case of halitosis.
Yeah.
Big fuck you.
All right. Um, let's go to. I guess I think Setch was next. What does Setch want to do?
Setch. Oh, obviously it's going to take a little bit, but Setch has been slowly siphoning resources from the 10th house, like contacts and like the ways they get their money, or like people they have like in storage, or like people they have in like in hiding to like have shit on other people. He's been.
Okay.
It's going to take a long. It's going to take a long, long time, but he's been slowly putting that into motion.
Um,
That's just playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, he is.
Setch is playing a dangerous game. Indeed. Is this something that Setch is like actively saying, "Hey, not exactly like this. I'm just trying to make it as
Yeah.
upfront as possible." But he's like going up and saying, "Hey, me and Mel are starting a new joint. You joining us? Cool. This is your new cut." Or is it like more subversive and you're just changing a zero here and there, for example, to like make sure the money gets deposited to a different place?
Yeah, it's
Like,
pretty much that. It's like, hey, so there's this new entity here. You need to do this, or else you might get yourself killed. Or like, hey, here's a better opportunity with this shadow entity here. You should serve us. You should serve this person instead. You know what I mean?
okay,
He's not actively saying it's Mel, but
yeah.
um,
Okay, what's the consequences if they say no?
um,
Like, are there consequences yet for that? Is the question, I
they
guess.
there there's allusion
They're
to
gone.
future consequences essentially.
Okay.
Very, very severe future
Um,
consequences that'll happen to them. If not
that
now, a little bit later.
then to me this sounds the most like an intimidation check. That's what this sounds like to represent this.
But he's not just he's like giving them also a better offer as well. It's
Yeah.
not just like, hey, switch over. It's like, hey, switch over plus this offer here as well.
That's still an
Okay.
Opportunity.
ultimatum.
To the dark side, we have cookies.
Exactly.
We're gonna
Cookies!
say this is going to be a momentum build that has to happen, right?
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
achieve
100%.
full like sway. So this is probably the first of a few checks in the near future for
For
this.
sure.
Let's
And he'd be doing it in complete like disguise. He would be a completely different person too, each time,
okay.
to not leave like a trail.
And I guess my final question before I have you roll is, are you solely focusing on usurping contacts within the 10th house?
Uh, yes. For the
Okay.
moment, yes.
Okay. It would make the most sense for that. It's just there's, different things for me to
Yeah,
think
of
about.
course.
If I had to think about, different binder lords if you go outside the 10th house.
Yeah, the
Uh,
intention is to kind of politically weaken it, and also resource, try and resource starve it as well, to make it
all
a
right.
weaker house.
To me, this sounds like intimidation to be sure, but I could definitely see deception or persuasion. I will uh I will let you kind of
To
choose
fear
kind of
necessarily, I want them to. I don't really want them to fear it, but I want them to actually consider it as a better option. If that makes sense.
the fear isn't just yet, I guess.
All right, cool.
That's fine. That's fine. Um
Come to the dark side. We have cookies. If you don't, I'll castrate your balls.
I'll take the cookies!
No dick, no ball.
all right. Um I think we've done this one time before when you were with Mel the last time. Um, I need to do a little bit of work in the background of this, but nevertheless, um, Setch knows. I'm thinking like there are key warehouses, key taverns, key banks, uh, as well as just different shops, magic shops, whatnot. Things that Io relies on to resource his men and stuff that uh, start to see the upcoming chaos and, having a, you know, some your eggs in a different basket might be a good idea, kind of thing. There are about like and we can either lay this out later or just kind of play with the number. But that you have like a good like 6 to 7 like key like people or organizations that aren't the 10th house but are like movers of the city themselves
Yeah.
that would like come to you whether as muscle or whether as some sort of resource for knowledge or maybe a potion seller that you would be willing to do something on the side or whatnot. Or you have the random veterinarian that was a cleric of someone at some point and was like, well, it was a while ago.
And it would come with protection as well. Like if you get some veterans or if you get some like hired muscle, they would be sort of moved in position to help those people out if something were to happen, or if like um or if they would meet resistance in getting the resources to us or changing sides.
Yeah. Okay. I
Because
think
I'd
it would
imagine,
also have to deal with a little bit of what I mentioned with not Garuld, with Francis's character. The ninth house your character and people related to who you're talking about have talked about how they're asking questions about what has gone on, and not you, but people that you eventually think they're starting to figure out that you and Mel exist. They don't know exactly that you exist, but they're starting to figure out something about that. Like you would see that
Something's
as,
going on.
a couple of these people would bring up that they're, the God Butcher, like mentions of the 2 or 3 times you guys have teleported, and the God Butchers are the only people that saw you when you guys like were beneath, and like you and Mel think like weird instances like that, but told from a weird perspective that you're just like, huh.
Yeah.
Like that the ninth house particularly, which Mel is sort of still a part of, may not be exactly happy with what Mel has done. So
Mhm.
is there anything else Setch wants to do with his, or is that it?
That I would imagine that would take up probably like 10 days.
Yes, a good chunk of that time, yes. All right, so we've gone through 4 of the 6 of you. Killian and Birdman. Is there anything you guys want to declare for your 10-day time?
Well, I do declare.
I mean, I don't know what I can do. Killian wants to be like, getting information on all of this, but I don't know what I can do.
I'm not helping you
Investigate
get
the scene of the
information
crime.
on it. I'm just letting you know that I already know it, so I'm not helping you at all.
I know you.
I'm just there.
You're a source of information, but like I
Yeah.
know you're not gonna give me shit. So
No.
I mean, I guess
I
I'd
can only
just be
think of
like,
going back to where the massacre happened 10 days ago and getting in touch with the God Butchers as a first house guy. I don't know.
And then
I'm not
yeah, and then
really
we
a
just
first.
walk
Okay,
on scene and just go, hey, yeah, you know who it is. Back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. Let my boy look at the wreckage real quick. I don't know, he really likes wreckage. I don't know.
Well,
I just want to.
if
What would I be able to get, like
Yeah.
information wise?
Yeah.
Even
Well,
just like. Birdman's not gonna give me shit unless I literally stalk him.
what are you looking for exactly? I guess so. I know.
God,
What
there's just so much. There's so much. Um, specifically specifically what would I know about like the new house shit going on?
Okay.
And just the
Um.
recent big event.
Okay. The first house, for many obvious reasons, I hope, is up in arms because of blood moon that happened out of fucking nowhere. That upset equilibriums of many a thing during the time when the first house basically let the ninth house and the other houses take over the 12th house. They could have done more than they were, and they kind of like took a backseat. Since that point, they have there's an obvious worry and curiosity from all the houses, but the first house being the main kind of dominant policing force, they've taken an extra effort to put more howls on the street, as they like to say, to kind of during these last 15 days or so of these crazy events. Not really understanding what the blood moon necessarily represented. Within that 48-hour period, there's been multiple earthquakes and things that have gone on. And the Binder Lords, those that have that divine connection to the beast that they are quieting, I guess, is one way to put it. The Binder Lords sensed this disturbance, that something happened. Then the coup happened 10 days ago or so, where the second, ninth, and 11th house, presumably the 11th, as most reports are going, tried to take the 5th and 12th house binds, which were the people that are They've been mostly responsible for things prior to the Blood Moon. Now the new after the coup, I imagine there would be interrogation into the different, particularly the uh second and ninth house, kind of like figuring out why they tried to do the coup, why they're trying to take these things from the 5th and 12th house without like actually like communicating with the other houses. And the first house has taken it upon themselves a little bit in the last couple days to deal some preliminary justice, I guess, and arrest some key members of the 2nd and ninth house that may or may not have anything to do with the coup, but are being taken to the stage courts to go through the kind of farce that is the legal process of the city. The general consensus is, from the first house perspective, during these initial investigations of this new house, is that it exists, that something happened. But most of the fingers are being pointed towards the ninth house, that they are responsible. Which isn't exactly wrong, I guess. But the higher ups that you would be most engaged with, they would not believe that. They think there's another power at play. So they're one of the few leads that narratively I will give, I guess, without you having another question, is this moot that's been declared. Would be one of the few places, but the first house hasn't been invited directly. That doesn't mean they couldn't show up if they wanted to, but showing up in force may not be a good play necessarily right now. With some of the other moves that the first house is doing, they are kind of being rather aggressive against the second house right now.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be. I'm like in the first house, but I'm not really gonna be doing, first house stuff. I just am taking my position to get the information in there.
Okay, gotcha.
And then I would just be like wanting to get more on the ground stuff, using some of the influence I have, but for the most part, just sort of like, I know some of the players in here. What the fuck is going on? What are like? I'd want to like be able to actually get a decent idea of what's actually going on past what the first house is believing. Just basically, would I be able to like glean anything off of just general Birdman interaction, as well as some of like the knowledge of what what do I even know? Like I just don't even know what to do.
Then let's roll like a preliminary like investigation check of like, what do you, as you start to like take these couple days with Birdman's connections in the stage courts, as well as your own kind of policing connections, to start to see if there's a different web that other people are missing.
That sucked. Oh my god. God damn it.
Do you want my inspiration to roll again?
Please, 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 please.
There you go,
Want me
buddy.
to help you? You want me to just assist you? I'm gonna do that too.
Birdman could assist you too, yes.
I could assist you.
If Birdman
Please.
wants to do that.
Will you be my
Yeah,
new
I'll do that.
friend?
Yeah, I'll be your new friend. Why
Bird
not?
friend.
Bird friend. But I'm an elf though. I know you keep constantly asking me why do people call you Birdman, and I know the same. I give you the same answer every time, but
Say, why do people call you Dogman? And then I get really upset, and then the conversation ends. And
yeah. Shit.
There is a rumor in the last few weeks going on from mostly the God Butchers who are nearest the beast in the center that have to do with the they're calling them the shadows of the beast or the vestiges of the beast or something to that effect. Different voices in the last 20 days or so that hint towards humanoids that have appeared seemingly out of nowhere that have interacted with the Tarask, the actual Tarask itself, and have made it move or spoke to it or basically that's they believe some of the really superstitious god butchers believe that the male vestige is responsible for the breaking of the 12th house bind and that the whoever still has the 12th house bind is probably being held in some dungeon away from there. The there is a prominent story connected to this of one night a handful of god butchers you talked to saw a female shadow of the beast near the 12th house bind praying to it before its fall, like as a foreshadow or precursor to it. They describe Mel's character is what they describe. They do not believe she is real. Any of these accounts, they think that she and her shadow that's with her are emanations of the Tarask in some way. They do
Holy
not believe.
shit.
It's
They
like,
do
did
not.
Setch just become Mel's stand?
Yeah.
So there
Hold on,
is.
bitches.
Yeah, that's funny. Nevertheless, this leads you to some of the other things about the ninth house that stood out to you. Is there was a prominent member in the ninth house up until the last few weeks that is described as Mel, and most people aren't making that connection. Most people aren't seeing that. This, like, I would say no one is like really made this connection yet, that the person that's been seen in shadowed forms a few times in the last few weeks during the fall of the 12th house was Mel of the ninth house, but she's a subcontractor to the ninth house, I guess. Like, she's similar to you,
Or
you
contract.
know like
A
she's a
fellow
private.
contract.
Yeah, she's a private investigator that gets hired for them to do specific things, and she was specifically involved with the fall of the 12th house. She was one of the captains, as the ninth house have been putting it, that helped them break into the tunnels that the drow and dwarves were barricading themselves into in the last few days of the 12th house in these last few weeks. She I think with that investigation, you would eventually find her apartment, but it would be definitely abandoned by this point. Up in the northern part of the city. She is a well-known patron of the tavern nearby called the Formerly Maimed Man. Spent many, many hours drinking there, according to the tavern keep. And then the last 15, 20 days, it's been sparse. Like, someone saw her like 15 days ago, but no one has really seen her in the last 10 days. So,
Thank you. That's
Mel
a
and
lot to go
Sesh
up.
are on the level of fucking legends now. Holy shit.
you are, well, you are guys are like level, you're in tier 3 pretty much. So,
True.
it makes sense, in some ways, all right, so Killian, I need to write something. Shadows of Beast. And I think there's always a mention of a shadow with her, like it's a person with her, and no one knows who it is. Which is fun to play with.
I like to imagine while he's investigating, like I like rub shoulders with him a couple times, like unknowingly.
Yes,
We
you
just like
got the
bump into
same
each other. Oh,
bar.
sorry,
You
sorry
got the
about
same
that.
bar
Sorry,
one
that,
night.
that was my bad. And then walk past.
Yeah, that's fun. All right. One. Each of you get an inspiration point for the cool narratives of your different characters thus far, nonetheless. Before I forget to give out some, is really what that's for. Birdman, you are the last, I think, but not the least. What do you do?
I think I just have a letter to read. Everybody read the first one, right? I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that everybody.
Do you want to declare anything of like an action, I guess, or a check associated with this letter of like something else you want to gain from it?
Can it be persuasion? I think persuasion, performance, pretty much anything charisma based. I would
Well, what
imagine.
else? Okay, my question is what more do you want to gain from this other than what there is? Because you already have this. You're the catalyst. Like there's a catalyst that these letters have started.
I think that's
Do you want it more than that? Is there something else more than you want than that? That's what the check would represent. If
No, I
not,
don't think so.
then we can
I think
just say that it's
he knows.
okay. So and you were also and then you're also helping Killian. So you would be aware of basically that's most of that same information as Killian is.
Okay.
Since you're assisting him there.
That Mel is doing something crazy and there's shit going
you would probably be maybe you're even the one that takes him to Mel's apartment.
Oh, I'm not taking him to Mel's apartment. Fuck
Okay,
that.
no,
I'll introduce him to Mel. I just
you
got
event-
privilege, dude.
Wait,
you
wait.
can work for that.
Does Mel still go to her apartment?
You mean Mel's old apartment?
Old apartment
no,
where
I
you
definitely
smoked,
take you to.
where you smoked in her.
Oh no, yeah, I definitely take you there. I smoke weed there all the time.
You just bring me there to smoke weed.
I do. I break in there. I don't have a key to the house.
Yeah.
With him. He
You
climbs to the window, open the door for you.
What it is. You don't even tell me what it is until like halfway through. You just
Oh no,
brought me
yeah,
there to
I
smoke
don't
weed.
tell you shit until because by the time we start going there, it's probably already cored out. Like Mel's already grabbed all of her shit.
Oh yeah.
So all of her shit that's not like that's important to her, like the couch
Well,
is probably
and
still
then
there.
seeing it abandoned, the neighbors eventually would start to pillage. If no,
Yeah. But I go in there and I take fat rips off of a penis, and then and it's great.
He does him like break in using. He like breaks in using a different window every time, just like fuck
And
with
it's
her.
actually a dick. I'm taking a fat rip off of a dick.
I could start throwing you through the higher windows. Make sure.
I'm like, no,
That's
dude,
funny.
if you just walk up and you just kick the door, like the city's gonna replace it eventually. So
That's funny. All right. So you two, something that before you read the letter, for people, so people can have, so people can have kind of a time to think about it. Your various investigations and time you've spent in the city here, if you can in the next couple scenes feel like that knowledge could be something you could access or whatnot, you can spend an inspiration point to kind of use that knowledge to affect like your things, whether it's the investigation of the eggs or the shadows or Anton in the second house or whatever the case is. As this moot, some of that information, not all of that information, everyone would know that you guys are associated with, like Garuld finding, not Garuld, Garuld and his actions against the second house, but also like Francis, your character's information about the ninth house. Most people don't know that that's going on right now. That's not common knowledge. So the eggs are sort of common knowledge of the second house, but not really. That was something that Garuld literally caused because he scared the Renas with how many people we narrated that he killed. So, but nevertheless, Birdman, would you take it away, sir?
I will. Let me find it. Oh, here we go. I gotta get the new one. So this new one is called. It would just say Part 2 Reformation. To the people that inhabit this city of salt, I impose a reminder. A reminder that violence is and always will be the proverbial monkey wrench within the cogs of change. Oftentimes, we find that violence is the quickest solution to conflict, and so often we forget the implications of an aftermath unthought of. I encourage ye of little faith to leave these pursuits to those that wish to undermine themselves, for meaningless bloodshed will not sate the thirst of salted mouths. There is an old saying that at the end of every dark tunnel there appears a light. This is not true. In reality, it is the nature of darkness to become one with itself, ever feeding with no end in sight. Of the inverse, light is meant to repel, if even react to darkness, to shine bright and indefinite in attempts to guide the way. And so it is with heavy hand and heart that I inquire, what do you choose? The time is now to usher forward into an era of political correctness that finds itself a top contender against corruption and the views of the reckless. Too long we have awaited anxiously in the confines of the dark. Too little have we basked in the warmth of the light within us. We fall prey to our oppressors, shackled at the foot of a sleeping giant. But this giant is not our concern. Only those who exploit its suffering and hold it above the rest of us. Too long have we watched from the stands while these chosen 13 address their affairs from the shadows, and so I address my affairs in kind. I will not stand idly by whilst these individuals vie for power against these peoples, and I will not rest until these peoples are made aware that their power lies in their common connection, not only until they are reminded that the chain is only as strong as its weakest link, a house only as sturdy as its softest brick, and to any person that stands opposed to the reformation of this our city of salt, prepare to be the first flat stone skipped across the lake of change. J. Gausbett. And that's like being given out to everyone.
Boo! Needs more sex.
Boo! Needs more sex. Well, I haven't started talking about the 13th houses yet, so we'll get there.
That didn't have a penis joke in it. Carl, that didn't have a penis
Yes.
joke in it.
reading this even. I ain't no cork.
All he does is talk about darkness. That's just crazy.
I love the letter. My PC has conflicting feelings about it, but I love the letter.
Everyone's PC has conflicting thoughts
Fucking
about it.
mad
Mel is
heresy
going
right
Mel
there.
is going crazy right now. Mel is losing her shit, and I'm writing it like in her presence.
What's that? No, don't worry about it. Just my diary.
Yeah, no big deal, dude. It's whatever. I'm writing.
Just my
I'm
dog
just doing
call.
your.
Okay,
I'm just doing your
nice.
legal documents.
Speaking of, for this general downtime that you guys got, you can gain 1 sanity back.
Yay.
For
I
overall
just gain a sanity.
You just gain a sanity for
Watch
existing.
sanity. I
Man.
refuse.
Killing
You're
frogs
so
gives so much sanity.
sane.
I would like to let everybody know. I
Yeah,
just
killing
hit 20
frogs.
sanity.
Who knows? You're a dwarf. It makes sense.
Wait, what? You
I gain
serious?
sanity
Nice.
from going to nice restaurants.
Yeah, you do. You guys can create other scenes, but basically that 10-day time period, we'll say, near the end of that, this letter is like fully distributed enough to people are talking about it. And I will mention there is some of it there. There's like a good number of people that are like they don't understand the words, because it is written at a level of a lawyer,
What does this
but
mean?
there is like congregations, like I said, of people gathering where people are of translating it, into layman's terms, when it's pretty much coming up to like the 13 houses suck and we need to change.
Yeah.
Like they're getting that vibe and they're getting that, each of like, and then there is a little bit of a vibe, not a lot, but some people, the very, I say more educated class, starting to discuss the question in subtle terms of, do we continue what we're doing? Like asking that question. This question has never been asked before in an intellectual sense by a large populace as a city. Do we continue to harvest the Tarask? Like that question's being asked by even like simple people. Like, is that the right thing to do? Now, most people are like, well, I can make a bunch of money and then they kind of move on. But there is that question that's being like asked about it. Like, is it the right thing to do?
There's always that one guy in the Socratic circle, man, that brings it up, and everybody's like, "Well, you ruined the vibe."
Come on, man. The fuck, dude.
Yeah. No,
We're
come on,
having
dude.
fun.
Yeah.
Look, man, we were all murdering, pillaging, and raping this entire time, and then you had to go and ruin the mood.
Wait,
Yeah,
when
but
did
what
rape
if we just didn't do any of that stuff? I'm sorry.
I
What?
will.
Sorry, what?
I will.
What if we like get together
I
and
get to murder and
actually were
pillaging, but when to
friends?
rape him in?
Somebody
I'm
kill
sorry.
this guy.
I'm sorry. We're cutthroats and criminals. Do you think this isn't what we do? We do these three things specifically. How dare you say, what if we did something else?
But the paper
This
says
fucking guy, am
everyone's
I right?
bad.
Yeah, well, the paper can wipe my ass after I've taken a shit.
My
Charlie
mama
ran
would
out
not want me
of
to be
toilet
doing
paper
this.
last night. Yeah.
I can
Ma.
see a group of Chickmunk Animaesus gathering the paper. We got free toilet paper, everyone! Free kindling!
Free kindling? Free kindling?
What's those words that the common folk say? I don't know. Something about the Taras being stanky. Of course he's stanky!
He's been dead for damn near 20 years.
But it's not be dead,
These
it's just been
guys aren't very
sleeping.
smart.
No.
Mama, what does
What are you
this
talking
word
about
mean?
It's been 20 years.
What does this word mean? 13.
Kill
Oh,
this guy.
I can only count to 10.
Oh, damn.
I love it. Okay, well, the official moot of these 5 houses is coming up, and the discussion of attendance is had between your patrons and others about being in attendance to witness such an official event. Even though this happened weeks ago, as Go ruled and Farum know, in a more clandestine sense. Now the tone is very different. Before it was, we're telling you all and you're gonna go do this thing and kill a bunch of drow and yeah, we're gonna be awesome. And now it's, what the fuck kind of happened? Like there's a general tone of like, people still don't quite understand what happened with Mel. Like you all do as players, but like even some of your characters are like, this is a very odd thing. This never has happened before in the aspect of the city. You are going to be meeting at Pio's Blackwell Tavern, where you met before, in the 10th House District. A very well-known place to gather and share information. There, I guess, as I transition you to the map, are there, I don't know, any questions, any things you need to declare before we move to this scene, I guess?
Just to add to the possible disappointments for my PC by just being this kind of establishment, I'm just gonna go up and ask to see if they even have anything remotely to what I want. Well, if I'm going to be here. Yes. Is this where I can order from this establishment? I would like some goodberry tarts with a side of lemon bread and a bottle of Magician's red wine, aged to completion, if possible.
I'm definitely walking in and trying to dap up the security guard because the security guard doesn't know it's me. Nobody knows it's me.
I'm
The only-
approaching the skater man
I
and then
think
drawing
I
a
think
skate.
the only
Dab you
person
up.
that's seen me as me is Orcafor.
Yeah.
That's and like my
I'm just-
friends.
I'll be there pretending to be your security guard.
No.
I'm just
No,
straight up
don't worry
approaching
about
him.
it. I'll
I'm
see
just
you in
straight
a
up
sec.
approaching the skater and draw a sketch of him.
Is that
Yeah.
the dire
bro.
wolf of the first house?
Yeah, I straight up walk up to the. I know it's like a big lizard. I always forget his name. It's like like a big lizard man. He's a big scobata.
The bartender says rum and coke is all I can make.
Oh, dude. Well,
Spicy water.
looks like I'm slapping back 9 rum and cokes.
I'm the opposite of Stark. I don't have any titles. Stay away from me. I'm just dog detective.
Dog detective.
Yeah, the
That's
dire
right.
wolf of the first house.
I don't have any titles yet. I haven't been here
This
long
is
enough.
this is dog detective.
Not yet.
Don't ask any questions.
I
Okay.
haven't killed enough people yet. You can give me titles later.
I do think even I think the first house would want you to report about this nonetheless. As like another side note before I
Am I
describe
allowed
this.
in? That's the question.
We're gonna find out.
Yes, but it's one of those things it's gonna be weird, like no matter what. But it's not bad that you're here. It's just it's a good thing that you're not well known as a full associate of the first house. Put it that way.
Good.
So you guys I'm gonna put you just near the door so you can see things. You guys can narrate as you see fit here in a moment. Francis, you come up to the bar and you find the bartender everyone knows. Her name is Letitia. She is a humanoid patron of some weird magical bond to something. She uses telekinetic powers all the time to like manipulate the bar. And she has ferrets that are assisting her back and forth as well. She's like, we have wine, yes, and she will go back and get you wine, and then she brings back wine that is not the kind of wine you wanted, and a piece of bread, and that's what
Not
you get.
lettuce.
And it's not bad bread, but it's not elven bread in any way, shape, or form.
Very well. You can put it on Okafor's tab. And now it's
everything's free tonight, honey.
Ah, pleasantly surprised.
Yo, yo, yo.
I would kind of go back to my seat. I would slowly sip on the wine, but I would give the bread to Bellis.
As you cross, before we get too far away from your character,
I say Bellis.
as you cross the way, and you're done after you. I know. Yes. After you're done talking with Ellis, would you want to describe more about what they see?
Absolutely.
What the party sees?
Usually, for these type of establishments, Far wouldn't have his hood down, but seeing as he believed this was going to be a proper meeting, he would not be as trying to hide his visage, so to speak. So this guy, Farwin, is an elderly high elf with brown eyes and silvery gray hair with blue highlights at the tips. Though he does try and put some effort to kind of make himself look more youthful than he apparently is. Definitely Brandon, definitely Delis, and definitely Birdman would know as this guy is old. So
Yeah, Birdman doesn't care though. Birdman's never
Yeah.
been an elf before, so he doesn't care how fucking old you are. He's still figuring it out.
He's just like, wow, it's another elf. That's weird.
And
That's
and
like...
Thelis doesn't care as long as you don't look like where he's from or knows you.
well,
Are you? Wait, if you
Yeah.
are, then
Mhm.
yeah, it's different.
As long as you're not from Australia, you're fine.
Yeah, as long as you're not from Mad Max, Elf Australia, then. Are you my dad?
No.
Are you my
No.
dad?
I'm not
No.
your dad. No.
No.
My dad?
My
No.
dad?
Wait, you're dead?
Do
What?
you know my? Do you know my dad?
I probably
Okay.
did.
What a fascinating creature.
He's an asshole. I fucking hate
Indeed.
Somebody else on this plane? Yes, I know.
my dad.
So to kind of add more to
Motherfucker.
the description, he often wears like finely crafted, dark-colored monkish tunics that definitely signify an aristocratic status. But he also makes attempts to blend the fashion function of a wizard's attire. He wears a silver clasp russet brown cloak over a short charcoal-colored tunic, as the appearance is. Brown component belt to match his cloak's color, and he wears charcoal brown trousers with shin-high black boots of elven making design.
Mm,
That's pretty much the
fancy.
description.
So what?
Yes, fancy.
He's just Elvin Geralt of Rivia.
Yeah, dude, pretty
Not
much.
Geralt of Rivia.
Gallant of Luria.
Completely different places. Don't ask about it.
The only other thing I would like to say is it's obvious by the few social interactions that happen between the wizards at this table that even Orcafor shows respect towards this elf, which is a rare thing to see.
My master wants to piss his pants when he's standing next to you. What's up with that?
It's not even that dramatic
I
at
kind
all.
of like point my head to Bellis and I say,
Ella just says it.
I know. It's like, but like my mouth wouldn't open, but I would say in your head, remember, and speak in our minds. Please save your outbursts for when we get back to the tower. Because I will
Master,
tell
I'm
you.
scared.
Orcafor looks past you with that look of like the annoyed mom,
Shut up.
and then it waits for the other elderly elf to be the dad to correct you, and
Yeah,
it's like
it's literally our dynamic. That's literally our dynamic. Like, there's you see his ears kind of droop a bit, like, huh. Dallas, when we are done, I promise we will go to a restaurant of your choosing. But promise me you will not drink this grog. I can clean your palate to be much better than this.
No. I would. No, I won't. I swear.
the halfling friend Tofu is like, "What's wrong with the grog?" As he finishes a thing, slams
Child,
it down.
do not drink alcohol.
You're not even here.
Meeting's going to be way more
Wait,
interesting than I
Are
expected.
you here? I'm
I
confused.
am here.
Oh hell yeah! So
Oh,
let's
if
get
he's
to
here.
that shit.
Oh.
I come in. Oh boy, I come in. I'm dapping up the security guard. He has no idea what the fuck's going on. It's great. I'm like, oh shit, what's up, man? Long time no see. Do you look great, by the way? Are you eating people? You still eating people? Anyway, excuse me. I need an alcoholic beverage. Oh, don't worry about this guy. This is Dog Detective. This is Dog Detective. Is that what you call me to call you? Dog Detective?
I told
Killian?
you could just say my name.
This is Killian. He's pretty cool. Don't mind him. He wants something to drink, dude.
I can get in here on my own. Whatever.
You sure?
Greetings, dog man.
The fuck is? Oh hi. I'm so confused.
They won't
What
let
is
you in
people?
here. Anyway, Letty, give me a beer.
Do not drink alcohol, child.
You're not the only
No,
person I know. God. Oh.
This is Birdman has completely left you. He says,
You
Letty,
are
give me
one
a
of the
beer.
last people I will have you
Hate these
warding
fucking
over
people.
Dallas.
What's happening?
Huh?
You look over and Thelis is holding the cup of grog. Like, what?
Yeah.
Oh,
my goodness.
I'm just looking away from him.
What?
As you all arrive and begin to get drinks and whatnot, probably most
I would say, like, if Dallas is
concerning
gonna do
to
this,
Killian.
literally. Sorry to bother. I was gonna say,
Uh.
if Dallas is literally gonna do this, I'm literally gonna put this over his neck. I did it again! Damn it! I'll post it again just to make it public.
You're gonna put an Inuyasha collar over me, bro? Please no.
Oh, not a collar.
It's like a shot
sort
collar.
of.
I have to proof against
Well,
poison.
that is fucked up.
I will never be drunk again.
Now you just challenge the little kid to like drink a shit ton just to see if it affects him.
He doesn't know that though.
But nevertheless, as you guys are coming in, situating here, there are a few owls, if you will, that obviously come from agents of the first house. I would like you all to roll a perception or nature check based upon hearing, so some of you do get advantage based on that. If I remember correctly. But nevertheless, to see if you've heard these particular howls again to see what they mean, because the first house uses, similar to rather than sirens or like sending stones, they kind of just bark or howl out and throughout the city to like communicate with each other. Well, it was a group check, so
I gotta remember.
nice.
Like, hold on one second.
Oh baby.
Most
I have cool dog ability. Oh, okay, yeah, I have advantage on this. Cool dog. Wow, thanks.
11.
11.
Good job, dog man.
We love you, dog man.
We do.
Hey, listen,
a
I'm
good
just here. My tail starts wagging. No!
That was a very well-timed bark in the background.
Yes. Okay, well, all of you have heard in the last 20 days quite a bit of these howls with the different things that have happened throughout the city. And there is probably even some commotion from those around you as well to help discern this. They indicate a skirmish has begun and they're asking for reinforcements. And the location seems to be as best as you all can glean in one of the markets of the second house. There is a murmur among the binder lords and others that are in this moot with you. And most of the binder lords seem to wave off like this is none of their concern. But that doesn't mean you have to do that. Do you all go to investigate what is going on with the second house and first house? Another fight seems to have broken out.
Did
the
you
first
just
in
say
10 days.
Did you just say second house?
Second and first house.
Girl just gets up and says, I gotta go.
Garul
Yes.
like chugs down a cup of ale, a mug of ale, slams it on the table. There's like 4 right next to it, and just walks off.
So we're
I
gonna,
look at the bar
I'm gonna-
sadly, and then
I'm
look
gonna
at
be
everyone
walking.
else.
I'm gonna be walking past you as you're like walking off, and I'm like, whoa, dude. You must make me spill my beer on myself.
Whoa, dude, calm down.
Whoa, dude. Relax,
So,
man.
I love
It's just the
how
dogs howling,
the
bro.
imagery of two hybrid wolf creatures, hybrided in very different ways, are coming towards the door. Like,
I just look at like, hey, what? What's up with
you
you?
have a
Dog.
dwarf wolf and a wolf something else
A
that most of
dwarf.
you do. A wolf. But yes. Pretty much most of the NPCs here don't seem to care, so it seems like Killian and Garuld are going to investigate.
My people need me.
Yeah.
Catch you later, dog man. Peace.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Um,
Just
I'm gonna
who the-
move
who
you over
That's why I
here.
said. That's why I said I'd catch you later. You know, I kind of figured you'd be coming
You
back.
won't catch
but-
me. I
You
just
won't catch me.
Play catch with them later.
Was a
He's
good boy.
learning.
no.
I sit down at the table as I'm saying, I'm gonna fetch you, bitch. Just like sit down at the table. It's like, oh hey guys, what's up? How's it going?
All right.
Hey, Batman, what's going on?
Killian and Garuld, I would like a either athletics or survival check to represent how quickly you get through the city to see if you
Oh, I'm gonna get there quick.
um
Oh!
well shit.
Holy shit.
Oh my
Who let the
god.
dogs out?
Shit.
Who let the dogs out?
The dogs.
Who let the dogs out?
Okay. I
Well, got that dog in him.
Dogs running wild.
Got that dog in it.
Okay, so probably a mix of wall climbing and roof jumping, maybe a little bit of just general paragliding or whatnot. You guys become insanely fast, like members of the Scout Force in Attack on Titan. Like how the fuck are you guys moving this fast without this aid? But perhaps you know that the full moon is definitely approaching soon, so there is maybe part of that as inspiration. And the howls that bark and echo from the different points help you more or less triangulate the best points to kind of jump in. I would like you both to roll a d8 to represent where you come in on the map. Whether you guys kind of end up staying together or not. You do not. All right, so I'm gonna move that to there and that over to here.
Had to get the natty somewhere. Had to get the natty 1 somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know, 8 and a 20.
They did this differently. Interesting. Does it still work that way? It does. Okay. All right. So, I guess I can bring everyone here. Guess that's fine. So that people can see.
It's dark. So dark.
You're not. Apparently, you're not allowed to see because I forgot to turn off the thingy. You don't really need dynamic
Help
lighting.
me. I'm scared. Oh, there it is.
I just peeking over everything. Just like, hey, come on.
I can't hear you. It's too dark in here.
Okay, so
Pretty women. What? Sorry.
Killian and Garuld at different points have arrived
The dogs.
on the map here at a market as part of the second house district, kind of in there, in and near the Beast Crown. It is obvious that a order of a hunt has already been given Killian. And your people across the way from you have begun to spread out. You're not exactly sure who their target is right now. Garuld, you see a similar thing, I will say, other than there's just a few members of different houses here as well. You can see from your higher perspective that may bring in other worries or whatnot. What do you guys want to do as you come here?
Do I see
Don't
the
even know what the fuck's
frogs?
going on.
You do see the frogs, yes.
Okay.
Fuck the frogs.
Gerald is going to gracefully, maybe, possibly. 12.
Superhero landing.
Fuck it. I'll just
You did
use
the
a,
pre landing?
I'll just use a key point. And utilizing Step of the Wind, is going to fly down to here in front of these frogs. As he lands, he's going to crack his knuckles and say, "Well, you wouldn't happen to be part of the second host, would you?"
The guy in front of you brings out his wicked club spear thing and shield, like reacting to you. And what does all of it? You get out of way!
So, I take it as a yes then.
Well, I suppose I gotta help my friends out.
It's Wednesday, my dudes.
Oh my god.
Is it? Oh my.
Well, I have been rolling terribly otherwise, so something.
He says after.
After it was a nat 20 twice in a row.
It's 2 nat 20s making up for it. Now I'm gonna roll only nat once.
If he rolls a third one, he goes to jail. That's the rules.
Aw, man.
Fuck.
Damn
Like a
it!
Monopoly tail.
Okay. Well, let's roll initiative. We'll do one quick round. And then I had the idea of you guys having this combat happen while we have this somewhat calm conversation happening in the other room was kind of entertaining to me. Whether or not you guys chose to do here, I probably still would have narrated this scene because of who's in this scene. But nevertheless, Killian, as a free action, I would like you to roll a history check.
Alright. I do a big thing. I'm not very good at the. I told you! I literally told you!
I will let you continue your action without any further knowledge. What do you want to do?
Can I please? I'm using my inspiration. I cannot handle that. That is too. I refuse to let that stand.
Why? That's too perfect.
I know
shall
it
not
is.
stand.
You've rolled,
Uh,
you've rolled two 20s in a row, bro.
I need to know something. I need to know something.
Oh, it's funny that you don't know shit.
If I go
Yeah,
into
like
combat and I don't know what's going on, I'm a bomb. I cannot do this.
Yes! Yes!
Pull the Batman. Just
I'm going
beat
to
them up.
cause
and
an
guide
actual
Oh
incident.
goodness!
Yes.
This is turning out exactly as I wanted to.
Fine. I know one thing.
You know
Okay.
one thing. Okay. Um,
They didn't teach me this in school.
we'll say you know that your people would not be doing this willy-nilly, so to speak.
Scratch his chin.
There's
Looks
a
at
there
frog.
there one of these people in this market is very important to them, and you haven't quite pinpointed who yet. So
Can I just like use my cool wolf howls and ask for the target?
we'll say that's your action or bonus action, your choice, but yes.
Bonus action, because if I use my bonus action for rage, it'd be an international incident. So
Yeah, well, that's true. Okay. Roll an intimidation check because you're technically of higher rank.
16.
16. Okay. They feel like they should respond to you. You get a weird howl bark out saying that there's a noble here that that's the extent of it, I think, in that brief.
Cool, that's fine. I just. Oh well, we'll see. This guy's looking suspicious. I don't know.
He has weapons drawn to your quasi dwarf friends.
Quasi.
Yes.
This
Quasi
that you've never seen before.
that you just ran with.
Cool. Yeah. I'm gonna just immediately step up on top of this and just be like, well, we're going to end this real quickly then. Don't worry. I'm gonna just reckless attack and just use the flat of my
Jesus fuck.
disgustingly.
Murder the frogs! Yeah, yeah!
I'm using the flat end of my ridiculously large crystal greatsword to just bonk him on top of the head and just knock this fucker out.
Okay.
Hit
Someone
him right
woke up
knee.
and chose violence.
And
Yeah.
cue the Anthrax track as it goes
Okay.
insane.
His big frog eyes go wide, and he's.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Wait, would I attack immediately?
For wolves of this magnitude.
Yeah, roll him.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna start with something else. I'm gonna step up here. How noble does this frog look?
Oh no.
Here, the guy you're right in front of, I'll make his token big. Right, this guy that you were gonna bonk, and then the guy to his left.
That looks like a noble frog. I'm
pretty
just gonna.
distinguished.
Can I just
Dude.
grab that guy? I just
Dude,
like,
you-
just grab him. Can I
You
just
can
pick up the frog?
roll. Yeah, you can roll a grapple. Yeah, as one of
24.
your attacks.
Hey, nobles make excellent hostages.
24.
Fucking
He technically cannot hit a 24.
Frog Napoleon's fucking out here today.
But because of who he is, that's actually a 20, so he does have a chance. Because of his slimy skin. So he will roll almost. So he slips out of one of your hands, but then your other hand, you grab him by the neck, and he's just, let's go with me. You have no idea who you're holding.
I roll my eyes. I just start walking towards the guards.
Oh, I have questions for that frog.
Oh, sure. No, you can come with me. It's fine. I'm just gonna. I'll take him just like 30 feet this way.
Meanwhile, his
Drag him over.
bodyguard.
I just wave goodbye to him. Just come after me, bud.
What the fuck?
Smaller than you. Because he is a size smaller than you, you can move at full speed. Because
Oh, I can move
pretty
it.
weak.
I can just bring him over immediately then. Just,
This guy is going to do something though. He will use a reaction to. He will attack you with his spear as a reaction.
okay.
Let go of my lord! He yells out in broken common.
I'm settling this non-violently. Don't worry.
One-handed.
Settling this non-violently as you're getting stabbed.
Spear.
Spear. 21 hit,
fuck.
Killian. I
Yeah,
think it's
sure.
21 hits, Killian. You take 8.
I just look at him.
Sir, I am settling this in a
Cool.
non-violent. Oh fuck!
We're just having a conversation. I'm just making sure we have a conversation.
Help me! Hold by the neck.
I'm not hurting you. You're
My
fine.
lord, I will help you.
You're fine.
Okay, you
Hey,
move
bring
him,
Hey guys, I got him.
and these two look excitedly at you, wag of tail a little bit. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold him there.
Okay. Thrugglemud is going to.
Yeah, I'm on this guy's side now. Right.
Struggle mud.
This is why I love this. All right. He's going to.
What, does he have a
He's
brother
ready
named
to
Turtle Water?
I wasn't ready.
Jumps to there.
Oh.
And just like no run jump, just like straight hops 30 feet straight to there.
Yeah, he's not disengaging, is he?
He is not, no.
Okay.
Well,
Well, he's
and
getting
then he.
What the fuck? Oh shit!
Okay.
Oh, a fine red mist.
just a nice fire damage on that one.
You're just gonna fucking slap
Fire
a frog out of the
damage.
air.
He set the
Okay,
frog
so
on fire as he leaps
17.
into the air. Oh,
Okay,
fireworks!
so as he leaps, I'm gonna say he lands over here instead as he from that hit. And he is going to, which is kind of, I guess, good for him. Damn it, you're still too far away. He is going to, at disadvantage, throw his spear at you, Killian. Just lands next, over here somewhere.
Like move my head, just like I told you, I'm not going to hurt anyone. We're just having a conversation.
And then he, in a language you don't understand, says something to the other frog people around him. The Lupin guards, these two come over here, and if you let them, they take him from you.
I'm gonna ask, like, debrief.
And then you, as they're debriefing, you see initially these other ones kind of dash in very quickly on all fours, hopping over people and whatnot to the other ones as part of their turn. And we have been searching for this creature. He is a member of the elite. Someone that could give us information about the actual who gave the orders for the coup. And then maybe we could. And he grips his hands in such a way that implies death, but that's not what he says. And then we could, take care of the Binder Lord. And then his eyes go wide as he realizes maybe you aren't aware of this information yet. And he stops there a little bit.
Can I just like nod at him, like knowingly, like try to reassure him?
Yeah. Okay.
Persuasion or something.
Yeah. Roll persuasion. Okay. Yeah. He's like, oh yeah. And they get rather eager to go take him over to their leadership that's over there. Before that can happen, a Coleoptid man goes, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? And he flies above the things and goes away.
Oh my god.
Um,
Out of here.
so,
The shit.
I would like the group to roll a group insight check, though. I mean, well, Garuld and Killian to roll an insight check then.
Oh, this will go well.
People.
I'm really insightful.
Killian, whether or not Killian cares about this, he now knows that person represents someone from the third house, one of the larger houses of the city that tend to keep to themselves most of the time. Them being aware of this, whether or not that's a good or bad thing, is up for interpretation, but they will be aware of this interaction with him leaving the map. So it's kind of the consequence of that. I guess in some ways. With him leaving, this guy comes up. I'm gonna have him. He dashes up to you, and I'm gonna have him roll a history check. To see if he recognizes you, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, the dire wolf of the first house.
Do you want him to recognize you? Is the question. Because if not, you can roll a deception.
I don't know if that'd be
check.
good or bad, because if he Killian doesn't know what to do right now.
Killian is lost.
Yeah.
Because as of right now, he probably will recognize you without your doing some sort of deception check. But
I don't think I'm gonna try to deceive. I'm not that good at that.
okay, I don't think he's not one that will draw attention to it, but eventually the powers that be will make know that you're here, like that you were part of this interaction. So he comes over and in your Lupin tongue tells them to take the creature over, and he says the name. Before I mention the name again out loud, I would like to give Killian another opportunity for a history check. See if he recognizes.
I'm so bad at it.
The name.
10.
The DC was 10. The DC
Yes!
was 10. When
Good boy.
I was like, it's a noble guy. Like,
You have a sudden realization holding it.
okay, he says the name Kine, and you have a sudden realization. You have the Binder Lord of the second house right in front of you right now.
Oh shit.
Fucking
And
hell.
the first house is trying to kidnap him? Is what you're thinking? That's what this looks like. Like, this would never fly with the other houses. The houses would never agree to something like this. So, he spends his action basically. He spends his action just giving orders. I'm gonna have him roll
Do
a
I
check.
hear that?
What's your passive?
17.
We'll say you hear enough maybe to intuit that. Maybe not the exact name, but enough to like pick up that there's tension about who this man is and why this guy's so important. And you're starting to maybe, okay, this guy isn't just a noble frog. This is a noble frog.
Ugh, noble frog.
Yes.
Noble.
So I'm gonna have this guy roll a check to see if these guys move on this turn or not, and they're just kind of still dumbfounded by the whole situation that's going on here as they start to realize who Killian is too, and then they're like, they don't know what to do at this point, which gives Kane an opportunity to do the only thing he can do. Set me free, please. I will give you anything you want. Anything. Please. And the wolves on the whole don't pay attention to him.
I let him know that I hear him, at least.
This guy has a wolf just run up right in his face. He modifies his staff, puts some energy into it, and he slaps, gets a natural 20 on this guy coming up and bonks him across the face. So that's actually 7 plus 8, so 15. This guy one-shots this wolf.
Oh my.
Rocks him right across the face as he runs up. Knocks him back into the bleacher area. And then this guy, this drow, you didn't really see him back over there. He comes around, looks at Garruld, gives you that knowing glance like he knows you, Garruld, and makes a split-second decision to not engage with you. And using his cunning action, he runs and hops over to here, and then he will dash over and hop over to here, and then he will unload on this guy here.
Oh god.
And he's going to 1, 2. Didn't mean to whisper. There's a nat 1 and then a 19 hits, and then he draws a wicked dagger and jabs it into the wolf's side, and he takes out this wolf. and
Yeah,
he
dialogue is just fun. This is the political intrigue.
and then this guy had this other guy run up in front of him. This wolf sees the drow go over there and kind of nods at the drow like approvingly that the drow is doing that. So he takes his bonus action, shillelaghs his quarterstaff, and bonks this guy as well. Does 8 bludgeoning, really hurts the wolf. In the process, there's a random Putori here that's not from any of these houses witnessing this. He is going to go to here, and he runs into this human guy here and is surprised by this, it seems. And he draws a short bow and tells the guy in common, "Let me pass if you want to live," basically. And the other guy is just like, "I have nothing to do with this," and he's like a little worried about his answer. Oop.
Oh God!
And then he
Oh,
and then he
God.
grows super
Oh,
big.
he's
No,
really angry about his
It's
actions.
wide as hell.
yeah, but he eventually like crawls off kind of away from him, but is not just off the map just yet. With a dash action, and then Garuld, we come to you.
Fuck! Everybody
Um,
woke up and chose violence.
Murder, death, kill.
Except for me.
Well, you guys came in the middle of this. You didn't quite see what sparked this all yet, so.
Okay. Garuld is going to walking, just kind of shoving things aside, walk to here, saying, "Fuck, I love my brain so much. It doesn't irritate me. No, it doesn't irritate me at all. Fucking hell." He says, "Well, it seems that one frog is important. Wouldn't happen to be Sanatha, would it? No?" As he...
To clarify something, as you just said a name of someone from a different house.
Yeah. I just don't remember the exact name. That's the only thing that keeps popping up in my head.
That's okay. Xantha is the head of the ninth. Kine is how you say that. Is the frog.
Right. Kine's the one that was... You said, though, that it was someone in the house.
It was the frog that ran away from you. He is here. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Everyone except for Phallus is there now.
Right. Kine's the Binder Lord, but not the exact frog that I'm specifically looking for. If I'm remembering correctly.
He's not the specific frog that caused the coup, no, but he is
Right.
the quote-unquote Binder Lord.
Right. And I'm looking for the frog that caused the coup.
Yes, which is like his second-hand person. Maybe it is one of these people as far as Garuld is concerned.
And
because they're around this guy.
Do I know that particular frog's name?
You have not learned that particular frog's name yet, no.
Okay, then he wouldn't be saying Xanathar. Like that's my own goof. So yeah, since he doesn't know anything about frog people, then yeah, he would say instead Kine.
The only response is in broken common. This guy says, like, of him.
What? What was that first part?
That
Have
also
him.
said that in broken common.
Yes, he can't have him.
Oh, can't have him. Then I guess you give me my answer. And Gerulf is going to bonus action Giant Might to grow a size larger.
Oh, it's about. I guess it's about to go down.
And
Meanwhile, like down
to
the street,
Yeah.
the
we're having this
to
conversation.
this frog.
Let me bring up his sheet because he might have something he can do against that 17. Yes. The 17 he parries, but the
Okay.
other two will hit.
Ooh.
Okay. Then yeah, he will take that
Oh my
damage.
God.
Supposed to actually roll additional. Yeah, there's supposed to be additional d6s on that one. Forgot to add it.
Okay.
And that's fire damage as well.
You are stinging this guy with each of these punches, jabbing him into the ground. These few commoners just start to fuck and get the fuck out of the way as this giant appears. And okay, is that your turn?
Yeah. That'd be it.
Okay. This guy is going to use his bonus action to roll an athletics check for some sprint. He gets an extra 15 feet of movement, which allows him to get to this Putori guy. And he is going to yeah, he's going to
Jesus fuck this random fucking Patori.
This is a magic weapon.
okay, and 2 strikes knocks the Putori down to the ground. The Putori's bow falls out of his hand. He's injured beyond all content, and this guy in common looks back. This wolf in common looks back to this wolf, and those both of you have a high enough passive perception to hear it. I was just checking Killian's. He says you're next to the human.
Jesus fuck.
Um,
Everyone chose violence.
everyone did choose
After
violence.
seeing all of this shit, Killian's just like, nah. I'm not letting this stand. I'm just going to look around. I'm gonna like just stare into this guy's eyes, just like staring daggers at him, and then just yell out, "Everyone stand down now!"
Okay.
And I will rage and grow about 28 feet tall.
Oh my god. The goddamn Winchester brothers are on this one. What the hell is going on?
Okay, so you grow to what size?
I'm huge. I grow to huge.
Okay, just
Oh
making
my
sure I understand.
God.
Yeah, you're of that level.
Have you done this before?
I know. I forget.
Yeah, and I'm
These
I'm
things.
going to basically just yell as a full giant, basically. Just everyone stand down.
Everybody hold their shit.
And
Okay.
I'm now just holding the frog like one hand, just in my palm.
Okay, I will give you a momentum point because you have the frog in your hand. Roll an intimidation check versus the passive insight of the highest ranking person of this group. To see if you can convince them.
I mean, what does the momentum mean? What is that?
Okay, momentum is how I keep track of changing persuasions, I guess, changing motivations. It's based upon you have to get momentum points equal to their proficiency, which for NPCs is usually lower than for PCs. So you already got 1 just because of the situation. And the total is usually somewhere between 3 to 5 with what you guys are usually rolling against right now. So,
It's
so
a
you're,
bit of a hidden value.
and then if you hit it, you get 1, and if you get 10 above the DC, which is their passive insight, then you get another 1. So.
Okay, well that's 12 without any.
That's a 12.
Yeah.
All right. You yell out. There's that calm as everyone is like not sure what to do. This drow is looking at you like at that you're holding the frog in such a way with earnest confusion and what the fuck. They look over there. There's a random cat person just hanging out, just trying not to be seen. As this goes on, we're gonna jump back to the other group after that yell.
Big
So
fellas together.
big fellas together.
Big fellas.
Let me.
Large lads.
Large
Gotta
lads.
get used to that.
Both wolf men. Both big. I mean, we're made for each other. It's a dynamic duo.
Okay,
Perfect duo.
back at the Blackwell Tavern.
Hot.
There's probably the yell of Killian has not been heard just yet. As you all are sitting around waiting for which Binder Lord will basically speak first. In this awkward silence, is there anything the other 4 of you would like to
I don't give
do?
a fuck. I just continue sketching the gator, man.
Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, perfect timing. Setch is back. What are you doing? What are we all doing at the table?
So I probably came here before like everybody else and just like sitting legs up on the table, just leaning back on the chair.
And I just rolled up to the table if we're back on the timeline. So I'm like, what's up? What's good? How's it going? And I
Hey,
go
what's
sit
up?
down.
Long time no see.
Yeah,
Have
been
a
a minute.
seat.
I sit back down. What is Pio doing?
EO is sitting on the top step over here, with a drink next to him that has an awkward kind of straw made of God knows what that he's slowly slurping the booze from the glass next to him out of. And he's introspective. He's obviously watching as each of these people come in and get settled and just kind of taking it all in. Pio, he's not sober by any means, but he's not nearly as drunk as he was the last time a meeting like this happened, which is good.
Hey, big guy, rush a beer. Hoping he turns around.
He turns around, eyebrow raises, and he takes a deep breath out, and then he slurps the rest of his ale as quickly as is possible, and then it comes over to you and kind of taps the mug down at your like ankle length for you to pour the booze in.
I do.
Okay.
You good, dude? You seem kind of weird.
There's just a lot that's happened this past week, so I'm just trying to wrap my brain about which one of these mother truckers is trying to scare everyone right now. Who's your bet on which one is brain farts, but he gives your pseudonym?
Oh. Wait. He's like, he's looking. Did he just look at me in my face and go, "Which one do you guys? Which one do you think it is?"
Yeah, which one? He doesn't think it's you. It's obvious he does not think it's you. He thinks he thinks it's one of the other Binder Lords or one of their other associates is doing this to sow chaos. That's what he thinks. He does not believe it is a genuine perspective from anyone.
I'm like, oh man. Who's this guy? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like obviously some weird, you know, human or something. So maybe it's one of those weird elves that Orcafor is sitting over there with.
No, I mean, like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't know who the hell you're talking about. What do you...
What? You haven't read the letter? There's like been 2 of them.
Dude,
Hell,
I
man.
just became an
You're
elf,
supposed
like,
to be my
not too long
lawyer.
ago.
You're supposed to be my
Right.
lawyer.
Yeah.
So
right.
you not being in
shit.
an elf is an excuse not to read
Look,
what's happening?
I've been gone. Okay, I went on vacation, as you can see.
So wait, when you were at Kenku, could you not read?
No, I could read. I just couldn't talk. But now I can talk and smoke a lot of weed. So, but whatever.
So
I
you got
also went on vacation.
confused.
Cool. I went on vacation. That's all you got to know. That's why I'm an elf now. It's pretty sweet.
I wasn't gonna
not
ask
see.
where you went, but now I want to know, where did you go? Where did you go on vacation?
Well, we just
Wait,
went
was
out.
during all
you
this
know.
conversation?
No.
Oh.
No, I just went out the city, you know, for a little. I had to get away, man. I felt a little pressured, you know.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
Someone's gonna some of us that know more than others will question why you and the others, the bodacious one and then the one with the claws haven't returned. But he just shrugs.
you see Burbank kind of look up, like, yeah. So I haven't really been up on current events. I'm learning
He
that there's a lot of
shrugs
shit
and
going on.
sighs again when you completely sidestep talking about arrows or strike. He's just like, all right, should I get this started? And he's about to get started, and Orca4 obviously stands up on the table.
Is this
We're
the
having a
party?
meeting.
I want to crash the party.
Oh no, we didn't.
Before crashes the party, I need to get some water.
Wait.
So
did
let's
we tell
cook
Mel?
You're
a
actually
little.
insane.
Mel.
Did we
I
tell
gave
Mel?
you one. I gave you one sanity back.
What? Why?
Yes, you got a sanity. Yes.
Why do you question it?
This is the best game.
Why do I get a sanity?
You're going to have to be sane.
You also get a sanity. We all got one.
Y'all got one because you have some downtime.
Bro.
Okay,
I'm at
some
20
water
now.
I need to get some water, Kit. We took 10 days of downtime with the city group before we're getting to the quote-unquote party.
I'm gonna say Mel spent that entire time just sleeping in a coffin.
I love it.
Oh, then no, we didn't tell Mel about this. Oh no.
No.
This is gonna be really
She's gonna rise out of her coffin and crash the party.
All right, so I need you to discuss how Mel. You guys need to figure out how Mel comes here. I need to get some water. I'm getting a little lightheaded, I think.
Well,
give me 1 second.
everything. So, there's a big fight going on probably down the street right now. We're not gonna tell you about that. Yeah,
I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
This is a pretty big one. We got some Binder Lords up in here. Orcafor's here. We met this new elf guy. He's pretty cool. He looks like a Geralt of Rivia, except like a really old and sexy elf.
So
Cecil's
like
here.
Alucard.
Apparently.
Yep. Po's here, and he's not as drunk as he should be. You got some first house representatives here. Yeah, it's weird. So.
Birdman. I mean, Jay Gilesban. Sent
been
out another letter.
Ruckus.
Yeah, I fucking know about the fucking letters. I have a whole madness talk about them.
Too, Jenny.
The second letter.
Yeah.
There's not just one. There's two.
I know.
I actually read the second one this session, so we read.
Would that just negate the sanity that Mel would have gotten just by finding out this letter?
No, because she's been asleep.
She's getting more
She's been
sanity from
asleep.
just focusing, you know?
She's been asleep. I maybe might want to roll a sanity save whenever she reads it. Because I did make an entire madness doc in which I dissect each letter line by line.
That's good. That's good because I'm currently lying to Pio that it's not me.
Wonderful.
He has no idea. Nobody does. Nobody has any idea.
Mel is going to be talking to Birdman about it, being like, we need to find a way to shut this guy down. We need to figure out who this Jay Giles band is.
Oh, dude, Seth described that there's way more graffiti in the city and stuff now. It's all like...
Fuck yeah, I'm turning this city
Revolutionize me,
metal. Yeah.
I have a plan,
Apparently,
and I
I'm
think
your
it's gonna make
stand.
things worse.
I'm your stand.
Apparently,
With your own stand.
Yeah.
sense is a stand.
I
I have to find out how to break out Setch out of his contract with PO. That's gonna be fun. that's gonna be.
You're a lawyer, you got this.
It's more
I'm
of like a
gonna turn-
metaphorical contract.
Yeah. It's more just like Pio's blackmailing him.
Well,
Yeah.
we can discuss that. We can figure out how to get it done.
Yeah, I just got
Because
thrown
I-
into some
Ill Pio.
bullshit.
Because I think I have to explain to Pio that there are other binder lords hiring me, and that's going to be really difficult for him to take.
Other binder lords, plural.
Other binder lords, there could be in the future. Other binder
No,
lords calling
There's
me.
one binder lord. You work for the 12th house. You are mine, bitch.
Guys, hear me out. Hear me out. There are two binder lords in this room. We could kill them.
I can become a binder lord right now.
All right.
Orcafor
Please.
might call me. The cops might
did you
call me. The
guys-
second house might
Birdman,
call me.
your
at this
ass is
point.
mine.
God
How
might
about
call
we
me
kill?
at this
How about
point.
we kill Pio and Okafor?
All right. So Mel sleeps for 10.
Oh.
Mel sleeps for 10 days straight. Very vampire.
And gets one
Yes.
sanity.
You get 1 sanity for doing that.
And then I rise up out of the ground and read the letters.
And rolls a sanity save.
Yeah. Can I do
Well,
that?
if
Maybe
you
I'll
want,
get
if
more.
you want to roll a sanity save, sure.
Oh, I gamble with
Oh,
fate.
God.
Wait, how does it work again? What's the DC?
Your current sanity score.
Your score.
Yes.
So my
barely
DC
even
is
know.
1.
Your DC is 1, which you can fail because you have a -5. So
Yeah, it's very easy
I
to
believe
fail,
in you.
apparently.
You just have
I
to
can
roll
do
a
it.
6.
you have to roll a 6 or
you roll a
higher.
You just have to roll higher than a 6. A 6 or
Wait,
higher.
I'm so confused. Why my saving throws has my sanity at a -10 modifier?
It
It's
makes
because
sense.
it adds 5 onto it.
Why?
Because it's a negative. It
I
should
don't
be
know
added-
why your
it should be-
sanity
it should be
save is at a
0.
-10.
You see that? Why is it like that?
What did you do?
What
did
did
you
you do?
I
What did she do?
What did you mean?
Are you
put a
anti-
you put a -5 in your sanity save. I did not.
I didn't put that there.
Well,
Oh
I
my.
didn't put it there.
Did we roll with it anyway?
Are you anti?
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
exactly.
no. Just
on,
rolling on
on your settings, you have a -5. I don't know why you have a -5, so we can get rid of that if you want.
Damn, maybe she added the
Yes.
-5 when,
If you
when
want
she
to.
revealed.
I didn't put that there. I did not put that there.
I
so.
didn't put. Okay, cool, fun.
Someone is dicking me.
Okay.
Someone is
Somebody's
dicking
lying.
me. I did not
Okay,
put this
that's
phone
more
hastily
Yay!
on the phone. Yay!
You know, you just got more sane. You got more focused.
I don't think I got more sane. I just didn't get less sane.
You just
I
didn't
think-
lose sanity from what this means.
I think you're very angry because this one literally calls out the Binder Lords, like all 13 of them. He literally just says, "Yo, fuck the Binder Lords, y'all crazy."
Yeah.
Okay. Well, somewhere in these 10 days, either from Setch or someone else in the party, Mel would have eventually learned about this rather official meeting that these 5 houses are trying to put together.
Get a vision from my god.
What god?
There's
Yeah,
so
what
many.
I ain't telling you, fuck off.
It's real bad out here in the city of Salt.
Nonetheless, does I guess Mel can crash the party when they want.
I just want to be in the ceiling as mist.
Can we all roleplay
I just want to be a
the
cloud.
The only other thing I think Jenny should know is I don't know the first house is making movements to do things, and there's a combat that's going on with the others right now. With 2 of the others that are involved with that. Okay, so yeah, we can do some roleplay, sure.
roll some fucking perception checks to see and feel if Mel is here? I feel like we could feel if Mel is here.
I sense a
Like-
disturbance.
That's some like
What did he want?
Marceline bullshit.
Because
from
we
Winter
never,
Time.
if you're waking up in your coffin like on the 10th day, we have not seen you on this 10th day.
I'm a
We've been
fucking
preparing for
cloud.
this. Dude,
In a
Inside
tavern?
a bar.
you're like a level,
And
you're like a level 17 vampire lord, dude.
What?
Like,
No, I'm not.
like 2 seconds ago, it was nice and dingy in this bar, and now it is existential in here. What happened?
The ceiling is
dread.
just covered in smoke.
There is no way.
even
there's a lot of smoke in
Pio leans up. He's like, "Huh? Who brought in the smoke?"
I
It's
know
his-
exactly who brought the
it's his-
smoke.
it-
Is a good
It's his
question.
place.
Do you want me to roll a fucking stealth? Because I'll do it.
Nah, well, I mean, you don't have to roll a stealth because you don't have to be stealthy about it. If we want to roll perception,
I'll do it, bitch.
Because I don't
No,
think
I'll
Mel
roll
is
a fucking
stealthy.
stealth.
Ah.
I'll do it.
I just fucking rolled.
Damn.
Oh.
Well,
You know what?
Hmm.
Perception. Nope.
your elven eyes don't see shit.
Oh god.
They were.
Your
Well,
elven
shit.
eyes.
Okay, we don't know. But we
Thank you
feel
for
it.
writing up
know.
perception. I had a thing for that. Because my elven eyes aren't as good as they were before. I had this.
God
The
damn it.
Haha, you old.
You have advantage?
Yes, I do. I will do it
Let's
again
go.
because why not? Come on, elven eyes.
Nope.
Oh, so close.
Dude.
Wait, the inspiration rule. Because why not? Can I use the 1 point to meet that? Because that's a new thing Seth's made up now.
Oh right, I
You
forgot
can
about
just
that.
use one to get it up to one?
And
Go.
meet the DC.
Hey.
Okay, well, we'll say that those of you that got the stealth notice that there's a cloud of smoke moving about above you. More, I'm gonna say as well, most of the NPCs don't notice and or care at the immediate moments
I would
without
say
more attention being drawn to it.
You know, I'll just
Um,
alert my posse in their heads. I sense a disturbance.
There's a disturbance of the force. Orca 4. Okay. Then I guess we can
just
pick
continue
up
on.
sort of where we're living off.
Is it meets it?
Uh,
Or what's happening?
Orca 4. We were just with Pio and he was talking with Birdman and Pio was like, "Hey, I'm about to start it. I guess I should start this shindig." And then Orca 4 just has stood up on the table. His small gnomish form, and he yells as loudly as he's able for the situation of this bar to make sure people even up on the upper deck over here where Pio and Setch and whatnot are can hear as well. My gracious lords, we defended those circles. We did. But a change has occurred in its defense. I think we all noticed this. The city has noticed this. And other jokers seem to be taking advantage of the people's fear. He's obviously referencing the letters. I do think that a new investigation could be taken into the second house and their actions. And my cousin, Anton, I think would agree. And Anton raises in his voice, the other gnome kind of across the room. And he, because I can do that now, haha. He, more than just an investigation. I think the second house has taken upon themselves something that, so close to the 12th house shouldn't be passed off as anything inconsiderate. And Orcafor cuts back in. I think before we go to the action of war, we should discuss what others need to know about these actions that created the coup. Obviously, the void of the 12th house is the most obvious action, answer to me. But I can speak for myself as well as my own apprentices, motioning back to the other elves. Those responsible for those actions have been accounted for. All but one. And when he says all but one, he obviously looks over at Setch. And Anton will step up and kind of come to the center of the room and say, well, before someone else takes the action, I say today, each of us send one of our champions to go to the second house, investigate, talk to the Binder Lord Kane, and figure out what the fuck was the point was of all this. And then you, Xantha. And the hoity-toity human kind of squints at Anton, who's below him, both physically and emotionally. It's very obvious. You, Xantha. What? Your source was these were independent charges of your own? Or were they actions you have taken? And Xantha simply just shrugs at him for this, and Orcafor is obviously staring at him, his eyes glowing. The rest of the two other Binder Lords are just kind of taking this all in. There's a little bit of murmuring amongst them all, but nothing too much. And Orcafor will kind of nod and look again one more time at Xantha, and then, well, Via, you lost your recent compatriot, and I regret to inform you that I do not know anything of where he has gone. These actions, in and of itself, with what has happened, offer a perturbing situation. And Veer kind of nods at him, the 8th House Binder Lord, but doesn't really, mention any sort of anything confusion. They try, but there's a little bit of tension that's there. And the other Binder Lords kind of murmur amongst each other, and they kind of each turn to you, Pio to Birdman, and Setch will, and then Orcafor to Falwyn, and Ferrum kind of just eavesdropping a little bit over there as well. About, them basically asking the question of, what do you think we should do? Should we charge the second house with basically treason is what they're asking for what they've done, or make it a full frontal attack, or should it be something that is, we go to an investigation, bring him into arrest, take him to the stage courts.
As I look at Pio real quick, what do I say, bro? You want to take this one? Or?
I think Farwin in Orcafor's mind would be asking, at what point should we address the 9th house on their increased activity at the Charnel? They've been devoting a lot of resources to what seems to be some project, not a public works, I can tell. I'm curious, they had the most to gain from the fall of the 12th house. But of course, Farwin wouldn't blurt it out without Orcafor giving him the go-ahead, you know what I mean?
In your mind's eye, he would show you the scrying spell he cast on his table during the coup that showed that not Xantha himself, but a few of his sorcerers were there during the coup, and Garruld fought a couple of them. Xantha's also just plain. Xantha has multiple. He's concerned about that. You get the impression Orcafor's coming, but he's more concerned about that action. He doesn't seem to think the southern, the Charnel, whatever. It's but what about? So it's kind of the answer you get with the imagery he gives back to you. But nevertheless, there's the murmuring goes on. Pio turns to Setch You've been gone of late. Is there anything you
I
could
take a
add to this?
big sip
Birdman,
of my
you were
drink.
out of the city. You know, like, should the second house... I don't know much about the frog folk, to be honest. We've done a few deals with them.
I take a big sip of my drink. Like,
I'll say out loud. You know, I've been investigating the 12th house and seeing what their dealings are and what's happening over there, but haven't really found anything. They just seem to have disappeared. Whoever has the word of the 12th house is a mystery at the moment. To me, at least.
That a deception check or?
I was gonna say,
dude.
It's she's pretty persuasive.
I take a bigger sip of my drink, like, dude.
why not? I'll fight on that. Oh damn.
Oh no.
I don't even gotta. I just fucking know.
Because I have conflicting sources. I'll have to address that later.
Pio just kind of nods and is like, alright. Well, we should look into it nonetheless, but I want to keep things a little quiet for now. Ninth house is concerning me. That's for sure. At this point, Veer, the bulldog man, kind of steps forward and announces his presence. And he's the 8th house leader. The news I have received in these last 10 days make me concerned of what has happened to my ally, Alucard. His disappearance is quite concerning.
Oopsies.
I know most of you forgot about that.
Most forgot about that.
I didn't do anything.
forgot
Brandon
about that
was not
list.
involved in that. Thelis was involved in that a little bit.
And
kind
Farland
of.
is making sure like what we talk about.
I forgot about that
Orcafor
loose
is
end.
definitely involved
yeah,
in that.
I know. I was like,
My
oh,
bad, guys. My bad.
I love
Do we?
it.
That's why that
do we
insight
know?
you're like, I have conflicting
It's
information.
It's crazy that everything leads back to Mel in the end.
He
and
is
yet
staring
we can't even say
as
here.
yes, as Veer is talking, he starts to look towards Orcafor with concerned attention.
Is that common
and
knowledge?
I think
It's
at this
not.
Alucard and
point,
Oxford? Like who
It's
knows
not.
about that?
No,
I think at
it's
this
not.
point, Birdman would stand up and be like, "Okay, listen, as a representative of the stage corps, I need to know what the fuck is going on. Okay, I have been gone.
I
for
am glad that you say this, attorney. I am glad. We need a trial. The people demand it. And I think those to blame, and I will make this an official claim in front of witnesses and
my God.
member of the court now.
Oh shit!
I'm looking at Pio like,
I
"Uh-oh."
do think the disappearance of Alucard should be looked into, and its connections to the end of the 12th house, as they were staged under the dock, as they say. And this Mel person who was involved, who is not here today, seems to be a likely culprit to me of someone to look into. And murmuring amongst many of the houses,
I would like to
Xantha-
materialize.
As
You fucking
as
idiot.
I'm about to start talking, I'm like, as a representative of that current woman who you may or may not be talking about is my. Oh, hi, Mel.
Oh, what the fuck are you doing?
Mel materializes in a
Oh
cloud of
my
smoke in the middle of the
God,
room.
He just
Oh,
starts
no.
talking.
Stand
I'm
up.
like, Mel currently is not at liberty to. Okay.
Oh, you
Silence.
fucking
He just
idiot!
arrived.
That's his heart
Okay.
stops. Like his heart skips like 3 beats.
Let me make one thing clear.
Hey,
my
you don't have to say
God.
anything at all.
Silence.
You're not at liberty to talk. Okay, I just want to let you know if you're
The
right.
drow are gone. The matron mother is gone.
Ooh.
The bind of the 12th house is now in my possession.
Oh, I just want to
Oh
let you
God,
know.
what are you
You'll
doing?
really.
I am
Mikey, once
happy
again,
to
reminder of
work
your
with
rights.
any who wish to work with me. I do not wish to harm or powermonger any sort of other binds. I do, however, wish to keep the city in order. And if y'all start scrambling, people are going to die. Do not attempt to regain the bind from me or my associates, or try and cause them to turn against me in any way. I will know who and where you are. And then she poofs away.
Was that a spell?
No, it's a vampire ability.
Okay, Cloud, gotcha.
Counter ability.
Yeah.
I'd like to say, I'm wondering if we can get an insanity plead on this one.
Associates, as
I
Barla
really,
kind of stands up.
yeah, it's usually a word that you use to talk about people that you. What's the word
I
looking
am
for?
curious
Associate
now.
with? Yeah.
Mel, for NPC purposes, I would like a charisma check. It sounds like
I have
intimidation to me.
disadvantage
Yay.
because of my permanent madness. Can I make a strength-based intimidation check?
Actually, it's pretty funny that the moment like the person Killian's been like wanting to find has just appeared and is not here. It's like completely different.
Yeah.
The thing
Just
the
get
person
their
was spending so long trying to
Smells
find.
interesting here.
Is that possible, Seth?
Sure.
Yay.
You shouldn't have left so
Lovely.
quickly. I might have brought you a gift.
Okay. That's my intimidation.
I do have a binder lord in my hand right now.
In your hand?
Yeah, just in my hand.
We'll
I'm
get
holding
there.
it.
We'll
Okay.
get there.
Frog legs?
We'll get there. Okay. I wish I could like narrate everything simultaneously, you know? Those kind of things. But okay. Orgafor, pretty much everyone stood up. Those that had weapons had their hands on them, drawn them by the time that Mel is leaving. Some of them so shocked and in awe, hands raised by Orcafor and a couple other leaders to like, hey, you know, let's not make this a bloodbath in the middle of that as well. And then like people about to react and then you poof away. Yeah. What does the group do?
I would ask Birdman, if Mel is considered one of your associates or representatives, I would cordially ask for disclosure of her location at once.
I cannot disclose that at the current moment. It is secret information. So,
Attorney-client privilege.
Attorney-client privilege, you know?
My apologies. I do not mean to step on the toes of one who deals in confidentiality.
Yeah. Confidentiality and all that random crap that we're talking about. Yeah, for sure.
Perhaps we can discuss other matters at a different point in time. I invite you to one of the restaurants in the Beast Crown, if you'd be so kind.
They wear way. Oh my god, you have a lot of money. Okay. Who is this fucking guy? I mean, like, yeah. So, we have a lot to talk about, guys. I'd like to know all of the information that you guys have about everything. I've been collecting.
Well, hold on. The bulldog binder Lord Veer from the 8th house. This only proves my point, does it not? We are being coerced by a tyrant here, taken power from underneath our nose without the proper rituals or ordinances to design it as was intended. This is not the will of the people.
Dick the Ripper has come out. I'm so flustered. It's like, well, dude, that's really crazy.
And what do you propose? Fine.
I do, other than bringing her to justice, as I've already proclaimed, I believe it is best if me and my people leave to our own part of the city and prepare for what may come next. This is quite concerning, Master Gnomes. This is not what has been promised. And then he turns back to Pio. Nor you. And Pio just kind of shrugs, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about a vampire? Is kind of like,
Well, we
that's
collected
what he
in
says back.
gathering in order to unify our strengths. We at first want to divert our attention to the second house, I understand, but I also understand there are fears of being paraded and controlled by a shadow collective. She may be powerful, but she is just one.
Is she?
A fledgling house that has risen from the ashes of an old one.
She is not
tried to
just one.
consolidate.
She's not just one. Xantha will stand and kind of come
I
something.
squint my eyes.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
She is not just one. No,
Is
not
anybody
ever.
aware of their rights in this city? Like looks at Xantha like, what are you doing? Stop.
Elaborate, gracious Santa.
Yeah, elaborate. Go ahead. Incriminate yourself. I don't care.
I do not think we should trust this Mel. She has fallen from a side that is quite confusing to me. I am not sure of their intentions. They are grasping at power desperately. And we have seen that time and time again in this city. It gets squashed. That's why we squashed the 12th house, and taking advantage of this situation is disgusting.
I am surprised, considering that you don't know much about Mel. Was she not affiliated with your house?
Was, yes. But always quite independent in nature from these things.
I'd
And
like to say is. Continuously
Do you formally renounce her actions and affiliations with the Ninth House here in front of these Binder Lords, Lord Xantha?
He looks at you like, who the fuck are you to ask such a thing? But looking at Orcafor and Anton next to him as the two oldest members of the city, he nods and says, yes, her actions are not condoned by my house.
I would smile and say, I see. So then you would be of aid if we do decide to investigate more about Mel's claim to the 12th house.
Is this guy? Who invited him?
I
believe it was your paralegal.
Yes, Orcafor was. Yes, he is my legal counsel.
There is
Birdman.
no fucking way. No way.
Where's your license?
Why does he get all the information? I'm a paralegal too, motherfucker. I've been doing this shit for everybody for a long time, and I have zero filed paperwork or any copies of anything. This is some bullshit. Bullshit.
Why
Perhaps then we can exchange some notes when we have our arrangements in the Beast Crown. What is it that you like to eat? I'm more comfortable to Lemda's bread, but
I will eat anything. Oh my god! I've been eating garbage my entire life.
Then allow us to clean your palate.
Fetch will walk down the stairs, and as
My
he
what?
speaks, Fetch will just walk down the stairs and say, "Well, to be honest with you, I think going through other houses is the last thing we want to do with the people and the messages that are being sent to them. There's some propaganda that's being spread, and if we don't quell that as quick as possible, well then we don't really have any houses to deal with anymore because the civilians and the people will rebel."
He looks at. Yeah, I agree. Can I get a copy of those? I haven't read those. Can I get one, please? Does anybody have a newspaper? Where are they?
Sure.
Newspaper?
I'll hand him like a piece of paper.
Oh, read it. Oh.
Arwen kind of
Oh.
like stroke his chin a bit and says, "Historically,
Birdman, I would
civilians."
like a performance check
Oh.
to perform
Yeah, I
your
was gonna say, can I
surprise.
Oh
insight
no!
that? Can I insight that?
Can I read that? I haven't read it yet. Can I read it? Can I read it?
Performance
Thank
or
you.
deception?
Hey.
Performance or
Okay.
deception? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Hey!
I'm gonna
All right.
roll an
You know what?
inspiration
I
on
want
that
to bite
one.
that carrot too. Okay. Never.
Oh,
Oh, never mind.
inspiration. All right. Everyone get an inspiration point because you're all here.
Yay.
Everyone?
Everyone gets an inspiration point because you're all here.
Everyone,
Okay.
everyone.
Okay.
Hey, that's what I said. I'm like they're just sitting there. All right. Nonetheless, the meeting is getting to a point where they're going to start asking for people to quote unquote perform the arrests. And implying Mel and that's what the eighth house is pushing towards, and the others seem to more or less be agreeing for the most part, as well as an investigation into Alucard, and there seems to be some blame throwing back on Pio a little bit, but most of that seems to fall to the wayside. With Xantha's new kind of proclamation against Mel, renouncing her actions, the Orcafor and Anton seem more willing to try to pursue fighting her, so to speak, going against her demands. Is kind of a little bit of murmuring conversation that happens around you all as you guys are doing your thing a little bit too, because there's a lot of people in this room. There is probably at this point, the howls are echoing a yell from Killian that occurred. And
How close are
the
we?
it's like a good few minute run you guys did that we kind of jumped forward in there.
And that was a
Um,
run.
Those are run. It was like a good 5-10 minute run you guys did through the city. The echoing of Killian's yell, Killian kind of hears a response further north of kind of where the position where I left you all. And it's the other leaders of the House of the First, other high-ranking Lupin, echoing this very loud kind of howl that came first that Killian eventually realizes was the Binder Lord of the first house, who
Oh, I ain't having this bullshit.
like yelled
Lecturing the
out,
boss, talking to your boss.
and
I
then
hear-
and what this howl eventually turns into is something that isn't been heard in 12 years. This echo throughout the city that kind of occurs as you're yelling, that is like part of maybe the reason why they stop as well, other than you're just a fucking giant that just appears out of nowhere. But this howl is something that only a Binder Lord can do. That is basically asking all 13, I'm sorry, all 13 houses that I demand you to meet with you. Like this is something that the first house hasn't done since the coup that the 12th house did 12 years ago to kind of establish themselves as they were, when that all kind of happened in the aftermath. So there is the general understanding that at midnight tonight you're supposed to meet with at the pagoda in the center of town. And the wolves around, we're gonna jump back to the other group.
Yes.
The other two, the wolves around the area here are basically get much more earnest to solve this situation and go back to the Binder Lord who's made this call. I will need to open turn order again. Killian just yelled. And then there was the retort back. This guy's extremely wounded. He sees the Binder Lord in Killian's hand, yelling for peace. And then he sees you. He doesn't believe this dwarf is going to stop attacking him in any way, shape, or form.
That stand down did not leave out my good dwarven friend.
Yeah, I
Is
don't know.
Garfield standing down?
I don't know. It's not my turn yet.
I guess I'll see.
At disadvantage, he's gonna flick you in your face with his tongue.
Yeah.
Garled. I think that
I
just hits.
see.
I need a con save versus poison.
Well,
you have advantage because you're dwarf.
That could happen, but I'm just going to use my Cloud Rune to make the attack instead happen to this guy.
Yeah. Oh man, we're gonna get along really well.
Okay, well, he'll take the bludgeoning damage, but he's immune to poison because of the frog. But nevertheless, just... all right. Well, then his other attacks. Yes, other attacks. He will go for yeah, that's the one hand.
Sure, I'll take that. I won't spend anything for it. Ow.
Yeah. This guy in Lupin will spend his turn telling Killian, my lord, there is a plan in place. If you would simply give me the frog, we could ensure that plan follows through.
He will be under my care. I'm handling this now. You know what I can do. Go.
He's just gonna take his turn to just stay there trying to process what's going on here. Other than just trying to talk to you. This guy is in your hand. Let's see how wise he is. He's not very wise. Let go of me!
I'm your best chance at safety.
He tries to tongue you in the face.
That doesn't even hit. I just shake him. I'm not gonna hurt, I just shake my hand.
A lot of tongue lolls to the side. Okay, this guy is going to...
This is so fucked.
This guy disengages and hops over on this table. This guy... He is going to roll an insight check to... I think he just has to beat a 10 to understand that Killian... Is Killian actually, like, trying to help this situation, or is Killian going
I'm trying to resolve this. I'm not giving this frog to the wolves. I know
Okay,
they're just gonna
okay.
kill this
So
motherfucker.
he has to get a DC 10 insight to understand that in this heated moment that you're actually on his side, so to speak.
I'm
So
on no one's side. I'm just sick of this bullshit.
okay. He rolled an 8. So he does not understand this, and he
That's so bad for him.
is very bad for him. In common, he is going to yell out to the wolf and you, "Let go of my lord! That is the only action here that will determine any peace." And he will ready, as he moves forward, he will ready an attack for the person that moves away with his lord or someone that attacks him or his lord. He will attack them if he's able to. So that is his turn. This guy is going to shillelagh bonk. No, he's not. He's going. There's a giant there that said peace, and then there's another giant over here that's killing one of his other friends. And then there's a wolf in front of him.
There are 2 wolves inside of you.
There
There
are
are 2
wolves
giant wolves currently fighting you.
There's 2 giant wolves. All right, which one does he decide to use? The
Well,
evil wolf.
The wolf's not a wolf just yet.
Yeah, I
All
mean,
right.
neither of them are full.
We can get to that point, though.
Get
He
there.
thunks out with a staff towards this guard. He gets a shield up. Then the guards are going to yeah, what are they gonna do? This guy is going to slowly back away from Garuld. And dash over here. This guy got bonked. I think he returns the bonk.
People don't start calming down. I'm gonna start just turning people into paste.
I think this guy, I'll give him advantage on a wisdom because you're technically a big wolf and he understands that you're like could smash him into paste. He doesn't drop his weapon, but he starts to like back up from the frog, like hey, it's okay. And this guy nearly just got killed by this other wolf. So he disengages and just starts to book it as fast as he can. Garuld, what do you do?
Garuld is like he sees. I'm pretty sure Garuld would recognize that Killian is using a very similar magic that Garuld uses for
We
his
sort of lock eyes. We're
growth.
like, hey, yeah,
Giant Bros.
wow.
Like he probably even realized, like, if I was still in the army, I probably would have been able to do that as well. Then again, people in the army would have killed him if he. Anyway, that's a complicated situation in and of itself. Garuld is, even after taking that prick from that little toothpick. Wait, didn't the frog already throw his spear? I just remember.
Frog threw a spear. He attacked you with a spear, yes.
Does he have multiple?
He threw his spear. Yes.
He threw it over there. Did he have a second spear?
We'll say he threw his last spear. He only has 2 spears, yes.
Okay.
It makes sense.
Well, Gargold will look at this little frog in front of him and say, "All I want is a name. Get out of my way, or I'll turn you into paste. Now."
What a pace.
Yeah.
Okay, bir bisschen more paste.
Does the frog is he backing down or
What's your passive intimidation?
passively? It's a 10.
Okay.
not charismatic at all.
If you were to add your strength instead of charisma, what would it be?
A 16. If
Okay.
if we're going athletics, like, well, if it's strength, then it's actually like a strength score, or like,
Yeah.
well, my
Uh,
strength score would just make it 11 because I only have a +1 in strength. So
Okay.
You a filthy
Okay.
dex user?
yes, I'm a monk. The fuck?
Fucking hell!
Filthy dex user. I take offense to that.
I respect all Dex users.
As you should.
You generally get the
Do
impression
it.
he is starting to slowly understand that this could end with less bloodshed. So he kind of starts to back away a little bit. Like he's unsure if he should lower his shield, but he starts to do it a little bit.
So okay, then I'm going to start to move over here. And as long as he doesn't opportunity attack me, I'm not disengaging. Any opportunity attacks will be met with a flurry of blows in both contexts.
It wasn't even a question.
Who in the Oh wait, that's that guy all the way down there.
Yeah, he's just killing a ferret. It's okay.
He's just killing a ferret.
He's just killing a ferret.
Did he murder the fuck out of that ferret?
That
Yeah,
that
he's
ferret's
murdered the
fucking
fuck
dead.
This wolf, I'm gonna actually turn him into paste. I will not have this.
Shall not stand.
This actually won't stand.
This jackassery shall not stand.
Okay, so Gerald, you move over there.
Yeah, and he'll say to Killian, I just have one question. That frog, if he is who I think he is,
He is. I think, should we return to our former meeting? Perhaps this could be resolved better among others.
I don't need much from him. Kinne, is it? I need the name of your associate. I tried to cause some shit for the fifth house.
Why? It seems an awful.
You aren't going to run if I put you down, are you?
For very different reasons, they both look glad that you're the wolf, and the drow look glad that you were suggesting him put him down. This commoner would have long ago run away. I'm sorry.
And I saw him just like straight up murk this little weasel, right? I've got a pretty good sight line.
We'll say you didn't see the killing blow, but you saw the final chase and then walking out, cleaning off his blade. Yes.
As he's coming over,
the implication is definitely there.
I will come out of my rage. I'll get back down to my normal stature, which is still taller than anyone here, except for the one who's a giant.
The giant dwarf.
I will place Mr. Frogman down. And this will be resolved civilly. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of these power plays. I'm gonna go over here. The fuck did you do?
Let me open this sheet real quick.
The fuck did I do?
The job.
Yeah.
You got the dub?
I'm getting rid
Get
of
that bread.
getting rid of witnesses.
He just nods slowly, like he's unsure if he should nod slowly or not.
Right. Well, I'll remember that. I'm gonna come back over.
I know who I can pin it on.
Shall we discuss this someplace more civil then? I'm not letting anyone go anywhere that I will not be watching them. This chaos and this bullshit is not going to stand. We have a meeting at midnight. Everyone is going to be there. So we'll resolve it all then. You're not going to be killing anyone else.
I would like you both to roll an insight check.
Ooh, this will go well. Ooh, it did go well.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. The frogs with their drow compatriot are thankful beyond belief for this opportunity, but obviously very apprehensive at these turn of events, and obviously that both of you look like kind of wolf people, sort of. You're very both hairy and whatnot. The Lupin that you have commanded here, they are smart enough and know enough about who you are not to challenge your authority, but you generally get the impression this goes against their orders in every way, shape, or form.
Oh, I know.
And they are going to be talking to your boss about this in the near future.
Yeah, I hope they do. I'd like to talk to him too.
So,
This is the story.
and
How
it's
I
one of
quit
those things like
sports.
they basically just watch what you guys did and saw that you're reinforcing the other side, so they're not gonna fight something that they know they're gonna lose. They're lawful enough creatures to understand that. But that doesn't mean that, like, the guy that you got angry with, he seems to be the highest ranking member once he kind of goes back in, even if this older guy kind of was giving the orders. And you stole his thunder, Killian. You stole his thunder.
Yeah. This motherfucker's not getting promoted. I I'm pissed off at these fucking wolves.
And yeah, you guys, while this is wrapping up, those howls, like I described, are echoing more and more, confirming for these other Lupin what you pinpointed already. So, like earlier about this moot, and that's one of the things that makes them like agree to this as well. Is that, this is not exactly how I thought it was going to go, but that's awesome. I love it.
Well,
Yeah.
Garuld is going to kneel down to this frog and is still going to ask, I need that name.
What will you do to my person?
I'm gonna find him. And I'm gonna drag his ass back. One way or another. He fucked with my employer.
He nods, like graciously understanding that, like, duh, I get that, but
It is one of my own blood. I do not know if...
he looks really scared, but he nods and one more time.
You will look in many bar tavern. You can find Platutu. He is my nephew. He was hoping to gain my favor. He has always wanted the seat of the Binder Lord. He may indeed be the heir.
Did he say a particular tavern or in many bar taverns?
He implied this guy goes
He's a
around.
bar hopper. He's a bar hopper.
He
Yes.
gets around, man.
Okay.
He gets around.
Garuld will drop his giant form and is going to go bar hopping. Then looking for
Right.
Patiti, Tuto.
I love Animaesus names. They make me so happy.
I love
Platutu.
Platu too.
A tutu.
He is a frog bard. You generally get the impression. All right. Where do you all bring back the not necessarily prisoner, that's not maybe the right word, but
I want
Hostage.
to go and
hostage.
I want to bring him back to the meeting. They're all gonna meet up tonight anyways. So
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure this motherfucker's there.
So where Birdman and go back to the
Yeah.
Blackwell.
Oh my god.
Tavern.
Mel probably just fucking left. You're gonna walk through the door with another
Yeah.
binder lord
Yes.
accosted. Oh my god.
We were
This is
just
what I'm saying.
talking
Like
about this
you could have
podcast.
had a binder lord given to you.
You're gonna make me lose my fucking reputation
Yeah,
over
you could have
here.
had.
Dog
Not that
detective.
fucking.
Listen, Mel is crazy.
Yeah.
Done
You think if
fucked
she
up,
gets
is what
another
is what happened.
binder lord, that bind is gonna stay with that guy?
Dog
Come on, you've got
detective?
one sanity. That's plenty.
Pet detective? Can I call you pet detective?
You can call me you can call me Killian Cadius pet detective.
Pet detective?
Dear
Can I call
lord.
you Mr. Peanut Butter?
Let's go.
If you call me that, I will kill you. Please don't. No,
Out of
God.
character, you are Mr. Peanut Butter from now
I'm
on.
gonna cry. I'm openly
His
crying.
name is
Will you
Killian.
Killian? Will you Killian?
Are you
I'll
I will
kill him.
Killian you.
Killian.
I will Killian myself if I'm called Mr. Peanut Butter.
No.
You don't know that. I said it out of character, but what are you gonna do about it?
I bet out of character.
Just wait till he says it in character. And there's nothing you can do about
Do
it.
they come with me? I'm like just basically escorting.
So they're not eating that.
Killian's an
Okay.
escort, guys.
I am actually. I do that too. I do have the courtier background,
It
so
didn't copy.
Wonderful.
Okay.
funny somehow.
It didn't copy, so let me copy it again. But yeah, okay. You guys, by the time you get back, I do believe, let's
Wow.
put you guys down on the bottom corner. By the time you get back, I don't know if this conversation would exactly be done.
I didn't even show off any of my abilities.
Yeah. Well, that combat was mostly about would you accidentally kill the Binder Lord?
Eventually?
Oh my god, that would have been.
Well, if you wouldn't have rolled the check to figure out that was the Binder Lord, then who knows? One of you could have just run up and murdered a frog.
To be fair, Garuld was going to ask questions before punching. Okay.
Okay. Well, you never know.
It's a good thing Karen wasn't there, because frogs are now marked as enemies in his database.
God damn it.
I just acquired frog, so
Acquired?
Yes.
No.
The conversation with the new wolf kind of, hey, there's a meeting tonight. Xantha rather urgently is going to kind of excuse himself and say he supports those actions of putting Mel and on trial for Alucard's disappearance and murder. and he's trying to leave the room as these things are happening.
Where are you
It
going?
wasn't
Hello?
me.
You haven't given me a formal statement. Wait, come back here. You get back here right now. Give me everything. I'll subpoena you, bro. I'll do it.
I love how you're talking to him like he's a fucking toddler trying to run away from
'Cause
chores.
I know
Get
he's
back
a
here.
toddler. Get back here. I've dealt with all
Stop
these
that.
people.
I've
Get back
dealt
here
with
right now.
every last one of you motherfuckers.
I'll subpoena you. I'll subpoena you. I'll go through your emails.
New dog is in the game. All right.
Anton would additionally be leaving within those few moments as well. You would be waylaid, Birdman, by Xantha's two bodyguards. That would kind of stop you.
You let me go. You let me go. I'm prone to stabbing. You let me go. I'll be back, Phineas. I'll be hitting up. I'll be knocking on your door furiously.
He's waylaid.
I am
Yeah.
sexually frustrated.
I'm gonna step forward when I see that for Birdman and look intimidating.
These two obviously do not want to get in a fight unless they have to, but they will try to stop you from following.
I'm not gonna follow you, but you better tell your boss to fucking call me.
I'm also giving Orcafork the biggest greasy ever for talking shit before about me.
But the rest of the Binder Lords are at least gonna have a drink or whatnot in the Blackwell Tavern, finish the discussions amongst their immediate compatriots about what to do before they go on their way. Is there anything you guys want to do with any of these characters before they leave? That doesn't mean you couldn't stop Xantha. It's just you're. It may start combat if you push any harder.
I'll let him go. I'll let Anton go too, because he's an asshole.
Is everyone gonna be fucking God when I get back there?
Not everyone, no.
I don't see any frogs or dwarfs, so I will not initiate combat.
Okay.
Mel is gonna sending Xantha.
Are you still here or did you leave?
All right.
Hanging out.
Garruld.
You just like went around the corner. You didn't even leave.
Garruld and
I'm a cloud.
Killian, roll D100.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm gonna blow up.
Nice.
Sorry, guys. It's the bomb I had strapped into my chest.
God damn it!
I have a 10% chance to die at any moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like to, be dangerous.
All right.
Is that movie 50-50?
You do not arrive in time to see Xantha and or Anton, but you will arrive in time to see Xantha's guards leaving, as they stay a few minutes to make sure Birdman or someone doesn't follow, more or less. A hobgoblin and a squamata, which is lizard folk dragonborn hybrid race that I made. They give intimidating glances, but seem to care little about what's going on between a dwarf, a weird wolfkin, and a bunch of frogs with a drow.
Well, Garul's wouldn't be there because he's literally immediately went to go bar hopping. Like he does not give a shit about the meeting at all.
Bye. Goodbye.
Okay. Then
Your new brother gone so soon. A single manly tear.
Okay, then I'm gonna bring you guys as you guys come in. All right, Garuld. I don't know. Let's make it a luck check.
Okay.
D1, another D100.
That's a 37.
Okay. 37.
37. Well, in the time you spend today, you ask around for a platutu, and most people don't even know what you're talking about, it seems. And the few that do have weird, bold claims about this bard that is like a shadow and is someone that exists in the secrets of the city itself. They don't seem to claim anything of knowledge or truth about this actual person. Uh, what do you want to do?
He will. I like Garwold, but just being able to just send people with arrows is just so fun.
Yes, sending is a broken spell, and we'll get to Mel sending in a moment.
Garwold is going to. This is okay. He's I feel like we're talking about someone who wants to be a binder lord and is trying to suck up to his own brother. I feel like the place to go for bards would probably be the 13th house. And that better information would probably be found there. Like, if there's a bard worth knowing, you'll probably have heard of them at the 13th house.
Okay. Do you have a specific place in mind, or you're just kind of like brothel hopping now?
Essentially that. Like,
Okay.
because he doesn't know people. We're not. If this is Eros, then she would immediately find out. But we're not dealing with her right now.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Roll a investigation check to represent knowledge that you may find, if any, about this.
Okay. Might have to do inspiration for this, and I will, because that is a sad state of affairs. That's a little better.
That's a lot better. Okay. You start to step away from the name itself and go to the description, maybe that will lean towards more, someone seeing a frog folk in this area, which isn't unheard of, but not necessarily common, as many of them just do hang out in the second house because that's where water and stuff is. But nevertheless, there is a description of someone who visits this, goes to one of these specific brothels. Let's just make it Rexani's for ease. And they come once, twice a month, maybe. They seem to be noble. They are well dressed, very well connected. It seems Rexani speaks of them by first name, but they obviously go by a different name other than Platutu, that you've heard. And it seems like Platutu is like, it's a Renas name that hints to some sort of like figurehead, like, to borrow from Baldur's Gate 3, Blade of the Frontiers. It's like something to that effect. Like he has like a title, so it's like using that at first was not Most people were like, "Hey, he doesn't exist," or "He's a figure, he's a legend," kind of thing. And you also get he is a more independent than most Renas are from the second house. Like you generally get the impression Rexani and maybe even Pio from the 10th house use him as like a contact to make deals and talk to people and spread whispers and secrets. I will say with that as well, to just kind of nail it on the head, you're pretty sure he's a Whispers bard. College of Whispers. Based upon the descriptions and discussions you've had of him.
Okay. Then, if Harold is talking directly to Roxani about this, and Roxani is mentioning that this guy is pretty much a contact type of thing. Let's see. I do have some. Gerulf would ask. Need to find him. Can you get me into contact? If not, a meeting with him.
Well, if you ain't a pretty little lady with a good pair of tits, I'm not sure what is going to happen here. He doesn't come down here for much else. And I'm sorry, Mr. Dwarf. I don't think you're his type.
Gerulf would put a bag of gold on the bar counter.
How much gold are we talking about?
100.
Okay. Rexani is drooling a little bit out of one side of his mouth. He wipes it off to the side. Okay. If you want to find the master of the house that can assist you. It will take. I'm not exactly sure where he lives myself. It would take me a day at least to make contact, but I would say at least by tomorrow evening, I should meet me here, and I'll be able to give you some information. This is not an easy thing to do, and he looks a little sad that the gold might be disappearing.
Don't worry. This time. Besides. And he begins to stand up. We'll see each other later. And he'll just walk away.
Okay, so you leave the gold?
Yeah.
Okay. Poor Platutu. I knew you well.
No, you fucking did it. I knew him
Not
well,
anymore,
Horatio.
no. Not anymore.
Stop lying.
Okay. So, how did you? Oh, that was your cold nose. I was like, my dog just put their cold nose on my belly, and when I was scratching, I was like, why is my finger cold? And then it was their nose. I was like,
Yo, what the?
there's too many sensations that happen at once. All right. Nonetheless, the rest of this day until quote unquote midnight, is up to you all. Like, we can still wrap up the bar scene here before you go your separate ways if there's anything else you would like to do there. Otherwise, yeah, Killian returns with a few frogs. Let's pick up with that at least.
Ben just like comes here with this weird dog guy he found. Dog guy comes back with a binder lord.
Yep.
What the hell is this?
Birdman, I will say, just because of his attorney nature, knows that this is the Binder Lord. The rest of you will need to roll a DC 10 history check to see
Can I,
if you
like-
can recognize
Can I
the name.
walk up and
That
shake his
I
hand
can't
and be
fail
like,
then.
"Hi"?
Okay, so yes,
This one
then
never
Farwin
know.
knows because he can't fail it. Farum technically couldn't fail it either, so Farum just knows.
That's the only reason he's not dead yet.
Yes.
Walk up and like shake his hand and be like, Kane, it's very good to see you. Hello, how's it going?
Brock.
Like, I'm the Birdman. You made
Kane, before he was Binder Lord, because he hasn't been Binder Lord for very long. Like a couple years, like 2.5 years. Before he was Binder Lord, you helped him, Birdman, in a theft situation. He did not do the stealing, but he was the face to allow the stealing to happen, the distraction.
Wait,
right.
did we? Because we didn't arrive for until 2 years ago in the city.
It would have been new.
Like
Yeah,
one
it
of
would
your
have been
first ones.
Yeah,
One of your
it would
very
have been
first
one of my
ones.
first ones.
Like, yeah, one of your very first ones. Okay.
I
So
helped him front. I helped him front a theft. Hell yeah, that's so badass.
but you know Kane is how do I word this? He's a weakling.
He's a weakling.
He's
I
100%
see.
all face and talk, and that's what he relies on. He doesn't have a bite in any way, shape, or form like
Yeah, that's why
many
I'm
Binder
like,
Lords do.
I'm being nice to him, like hi, and like not being like that fucking rude ass dude who is just literally mean mugging like a squamata that's probably double my size and a bugbear.
I'm gonna stab you.
Or like a hobgoblin. I was like, I'm prone to stabbing. I'll fuck you up. Like, I just like now I'm on my knees, like, oh hey, how's it going? What's up?
It is good to see you all. Very good indeed.
Yes, you probably don't recognize me because last time you saw me, I was
No.
a bird. So yeah, but no, yeah, I can assure you it's me. And I hand him one of the coins. I'm like, it's me. I'm like, call me if you need anything, buddy. You need me to get you a beer or anything? Nothing cool.
Or
And then I look up at Killian. What the fuck are you doing?
Now, Seth, you made that slurp, and in my head, I imagined Kine just licked his eye with his tongue.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
cool with it. He just lets it happen, man. He's like, yeah, I'd lick your face too, but fuck it, come here. Like,
Disgusting
Theo
Farland's gonna make
and
a sanity save.
Theo and a half dozen or so Putori have come down. Veer and his bodyguard Orcafor has kind of walked over. Like the surprise on their faces that Kane is here is apparent.
The mood is tonight. I'm making sure everyone
What
can
the
make it.
fuck are you like? I'm like, what the? I like cover his ears. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
Doc, why did you bring these disgusting creatures?
I will tell you this is much preferable of a scenario to
Whoa,
me
man, don't call
leaving
them
them.
disgusting. That's
They are
rude.
disgusting.
Also,
Whoa,
again,
I would
man.
don't
agree
call
with
me
Sarah.
dog.
They are very
Whoa.
slimy. It's gross.
Whoa.
How tall is this? How tall is robot guy, by the way? How
They're
tall?
like 7 feet or something. I don't know.
Damn it!
Whoa,
It's got me.
man.
I instantly respect you.
Whoa, man, he's sensitive, dude. You're gonna make him cry,
Yeah,
and you don't want
exactly,
him to
17.
True
cry.
giant form. I
And
respect
I
you
will
based
claim
upon how
this
tall you are.
achievement.
Whoa, dude, don't disrespect him, dude. You're gonna make him cry. And you really,
Listen,
really, you think he's
can
slimy
we
now, dude? You really
all
don't want him to start crying.
please?
They're amphibious. They're
That would be
amphibious.
even more disgusting.
It would be. So shut the fuck up.
Or Theo starts to ask everyone to like take seats and allow Kane to get some rest. Kane looks at Pio with a knowing nod, like "Thank you."
He's our baby.
Or Orcafor and Veer, as the other two Binder Lords here, are still just confused. And Orcafor would have probably say as the seats are taken, "You weren't invited here," and Kane just kind of shrugs them off, motions. Tell that to the Wolfman.
That's why he's our baby. You look back at him like, Killian, what are you doing?
Birdman, if you would like to understand this scenario, perhaps you could start being more honest with me.
What are you talking about? I'm the most honest person you're ever gonna meet, actually, for real.
Did anything go on while I was not here?
Yeah, a lot of shit. Mel showed up, so if you're gonna start being a dick to me,
Just missed her.
Yeah, you did just miss her. Actually, yeah, you just missed her. We'll say that. Pretty much.
Wait,
means
is
she's
Mel
still
still here? Is the
Mel is-
question?
Mel is chilling in the ceiling.
Oh my
Is that another stealth check? Or
She is hanging out, y'all.
Can I
I
sniff
think-
the
Sure, I'll
air?
roll
I
this.
think
I'll
another
roll a
stealth check is
check.
in
I'd like to
order.
sniff
I will
the
give
air.
you. I will give you advantage because of the situation.
I start sniffing the air. Do I smell
Oh, I didn't see
vampire?
anything.
Jesus
Damn it!
fuck!
Oh.
we're eating that.
Not
Oh,
20,
damn it.
bitches.
Fuck!
Whoa!
Holy
The
shit.
net
Come on.
20s
Not
tonight.
20,
wait.
bitches.
Can I roll an
That's
insight
like 7
check?
or 8 nat 20s
That's
tonight.
crazy.
That's
Can I roll
crazy.
an insight check instead of a perception?
Sure. Yeah. I think that makes sense for Birdman in this situation.
I will use an inspiration. I have to beat a 30, dude? I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, so Birdman.
So Birdman
goes-
doesn't see her, but it's like she's still around.
That's why he kind of goes. He's like, "Yeah, Mel was here. You just met." He's like, "Yeah, Mel was here. So if you're gonna be a dick, damn it, I just missed her. Yeah,
Yeah, you
just
did.
missed her. Yeah, you just missed her for
Just
sure."
feels Mel's presence looking at the back of
he
his
just-
neck.
He just looks up at the
Better
ceiling
keep
and
it
sees her face
together.
for a second. Oh, Jesus!
Just
Birdman,
sees a
you're
bloody
so fucking
smile.
chill. I want to be on
fucking
the same
Gollum.
side as you. All right,
I literally have a 20 sanity. I know you don't know what that means, but I do.
I'm pretty sane. Listen, there is a lot of movement going on within the first house. I think you can tell with the whole howl and everything.
Uh-huh.
I sort of look around, try to keep this quiet.
That's okay,
Can-
buddy.
can-
You can tell me anything.
No, I know. I just want.
The only questionable person to Killian in this room right now, well, 2, P.O. and Orcafor. You don't know if you can trust them, but
I don't think I can trust most people. I'm not. Listen, Birdman, I'd like to trust you. I'd like for us to be, allies. Can we just go into a corner real quick? This is a bit,
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
We just go. I don't really know where
you. The stairs that you're next to, you technically could go upstairs to a private room where all the private rooms are.
Would you excuse me and my partner real quick? Hang on.
Yeah, I just
What
don't
is
have a
this?
map prepared for
What
that.
kind
But
of
yeah, it's
decorum?
it's tavern where there's at least a dozen rooms on the second floor. You go to one.
As we're walking up the stairs, I pull a large phallic object out of my coat and go, "You trying to hit the shit or?"
Oh, after that, yeah.
It looks it's an actual penis. Like I handed to
This,
you.
It's heavy
unfazed,
as
unfazed.
hell. Killian, it's very heavy, even for you. Like it's
I respect. I just look at it with so much more respect than I ever have.
and you're pretty sure. I don't know if Killian knows what adamantine is, but that's what it is. It's an adamantine.
Oh, I know.
It's a
I just I take a respectful hit. And then,
oh yeah.
We could have made thick armor out of the cows. Fuck.
I feel honored.
Yeah, you
First
could
of
You could have made armor or weapons, and you decided to make a bong. So.
First of all, incredibly honored. Second of all,
That's so on brand.
the first house has been making moves against the second house for at least a week now. I believe.
Why?
Yes, it's been a while building up, but it's increased very recently. They just made a move, I believe, to take and kill. The second house's binder lord.
Oh baby. Mermaid just looks up at this guy and starts laughing hysterically, like everyone can hear it. Oh, I fucking
I'm
hate
trusting you with this, by the way. Also, so you know that I know you've probably been like, this guy's a cop, right? Everything. I just had to stare down the whole fucking hit squad of first house motherfuckers. The only good thing they knew who I was.
Who are you? You seem like a big deal. Like a big deal.
I'm a big deal. I'm not that big of a deal. I'm stayed under wraps for the most part.
Cut back to him, 28 feet tall.
Big guy,
Yeah,
not a
right.
big deal.
Not a big deal.
I'm a big guy, but I'm a little deal. Calm.
I've
Yeah.
been working I'm a bit of a undercover sort of guy. Try to figure out information around the city, free agent, that sort of thing. I don't like the shit that's going on.
It's like looking up at the ceiling, like, yeah.
Birdman, I grab him by the shoulders. What's going on?
No,
Why are you-
nothing, dude.
You just feel a breeze on the back of your neck, Birdman.
Yeah.
You can trust me.
Alien got a 23. There's probably the breeze too that he's like, that's weird.
You feel the breeze, right?
Crafty.
Yeah, just black smoke drafts.
Yep.
That's
while
it.
While our meeting is paused downstairs, Farwin's
I'm going
starting to
through
get
some
irate.
shit.
He goes to the bar and asks 2 more slices of bread, please. Warmed.
Warm, not toasted.
Skin inspiration point.
Just some slightly warm bread, not toast.
Warm.
Specifically
What
not
the
toast. I
fuck?
swear to God, if you give me toast.
I swear to fuck, if there's even one crunch in my mouth, you're dead.
Disintegrate. Oh, fuck.
Birdman he's looking at you and he says, I've just been going through some shit, I think. But I'm working on a headspace. But the first house and the second house thing, that's kind of rough. They are trying to kill him? Like when you say kill him, do you mean like kill him or like kill him?
It was a crazy. Listen, I believe they were trying to take over the territories of the second house, but it's not confirmed. Sort of. There's going to be a moot tonight. Do not act on anything right now. I would say.
Okay. Wait,
Are you afraid of something, by the way?
Oh no, nah, never afraid. Never afraid.
I can protect you, Birdman.
Anyway,
There's a slight laugh in the corner.
We are gonna talk
Gosh.
about. Wait. So you're telling me that we are all supposed to be meeting somewhere? That's what the big howl was.
Nope.
They're all supposed to meet in an undisclosed location
No, it's
where
a
we're
very
all
disclosed location.
100% safe, and
yeah.
everybody legally has to be there.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. We can.
Birdman, if you're with me, you're safe. Don't worry about that.
I'm not worried about you.
You gave me tapas and weed. You will never die on my watch.
Yeah,
that's what I'm afraid of.
Birdman can hear Mel literally laughing.
That's what I'm
like
afraid
an
of.
evil, insane laugh.
I have 20
think-
sanity. I'm good.
I think that might be the name of the episode.
You gave me tapas.
You'll never die on my watch.
Listen, people may call me a dog, and I'm really fucking bad at it. You do it all the time, but
You really got
I am
that dog
loyal.
in you.
I got the dog.
You have that dog in you.
My
I'm
ears
gonna call
droop.
you Pet Detective.
I'm gonna kill you.
I'm gonna call you Pet
Sorry,
Detective.
I didn't mean to say
You're not the first person who said it to me. It's okay. I'm kind of disheartened by it. I actually almost died one time.
Really? You almost died
Mel,
one time. Wow, that's
you
really
just
crazy.
feel her look at you.
It's been a couple times, but there was one really, really good scare. She took everything from me.
Oh, divorce?
Come on.
He looks up.
I thought you were an attorney.
I am an attorney.
It couldn't be a very good one. It took everything.
That's funny.
She took everything from me.
Yeah. Sounds so bad.
You can imagine.
Well, I want to say that the camera cuts away just for a moment to Mel's lair where her teapot is, the quote unquote bird bong, when he says he's taking everything from me.
Shining in a display case.
You
Beautiful.
took everything from me. It does really sound like I went through the roughest divorce.
Yeah, it does. But really, you brought it on yourself.
Alimony.
It's really just your blood.
Oh,
Don't
she
worry
got
about it.
custody.
She got custody. She's got alimony.
She
Blood
got
you
custody of
dry.
the bird bong. I have
I
to
just
pay her
just want to make sure.
monthly stipend to keep it safe.
A lot of shit's
She was
going down.
abused.
Just
By
need a
paying
united
mental-
front here. I'm
And
here.
paying taxes, mental taxes. You know, it's
Yeah.
fine. I understand.
Just want to make sure I have an ally here. A lot of shit's about to
Yes.
go down. I mean, have you seen those papers?
What papers?
I just look.
Exactly.
I just stare at him.
What papers?
Right. The fucking. You
A
will not
corner
allow
of
it.
one of these papers hangs out of Birdman's briefcase.
Oh yeah, I have one. I have one. I have one in my pocket. I'm like, oh, you mean these? The papers that everybody's been talking about? Yeah, I read them. They're not that good. I don't know what this guy's deal is.
Birdman, you
Full
see
insight on
Mel's
this.
eyes
It's just
actually
like-
glow.
I just
See?
look at him.
What? I don't know.
Birdman just can't catch a break.
Yeah, this is just looking like I
The
don't know what
room
fucking
gets
guy's
very
deal is.
cold.
All right. Fine.
You know. Nah, I made a really good performance check. I'm playing it off real good tonight. So yeah, man. I got you for real. I do. There's just a lingering presence around it. Is it hot in here? I think it's hot in here, right?
It's
I
freezing
just
cold.
want to let you know. It'd be good if you would be honest with me, so I can help you.
I can try to be honest with you. I put my hand on your shoulder, and I go. I'm a lawyer for probably the most dangerous city, or I am the lawyer for the most dangerous person in this city. In the most dangerous city I think I've ever lived in my entire life. Granted, I've only lived in one city, but this place sucks. And
It was actually better than where I grew up, honestly.
well, everybody wants to kill each other, so
Yeah, that's nice.
yeah, I just feel really at home.
It feels a little
That's
more
the-
honest sometimes.
That's
Yeah.
this city's version of a hug.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good. Well, let me know if you need anything.
I will. Let
I'm gonna
you know.
go try and make sure people don't kill each other.
Yeah.
Just like watch him as I leave.
Mel materializes in front of Birdman after he
Jesus
leaves.
fucking Christ,
Are you
man! You
kidding?
can't even let me have a nice conversation with him. You just have to stand there the whole fucking time while I'm trying to.
It seems you
die?
are trying to sidestep your loyalty.
I'm not trying to sidestep anything. You're being creepy as shit.
Bloody heck.
You're being creepy as fuck. You're lingering.
I guess Farmer
Remember
has-
what you've told me, Birdman.
About lingering? Loitering's
About
illegal.
what you I've bit your neck once. I could do it again.
That's gross. I'd prefer you didn't do that. I'd also prefer that you just relax and show up to the meeting like you're supposed to. He like tries to dust you off.
Oh, I will be there.
Is there? Do you have dirt on your nose? You've been sleeping for 10 days? Your face is very dirty.
My face is not dirty.
It's dirty.
It's not dirty.
It is dirty.
I can't see my reflection.
Yeah. Just do me a favor. Show up to the meeting and don't.
I was planning on it. Why would I not try and kill anyone? That seems like a great way to get more power. It's worked thus far.
I think maybe be chill. Cool. Setch is downstairs. Why don't you go talk to Setch?
You really think it's wise to show my face?
To show I mean you were freakily accosting me on these stairs. You can't go freakily accost your best friend downstairs in a crowded room of people. You know?
Perhaps I shall use a disguise.
I'll slowly walk out the tavern.
Actually use a disguise. You could just go down there. You know what?
This was a lovely conversation,
I'll go tell him that you
Birdman.
want to talk to him.
She poofs into dust.
Okay. That's really gross. You're gonna have to stop doing that. Oh, and it's rolling down the stairs now. Okay.
As probably by this,
someone's gonna
as
have
like
to
he's
clean this.
doing that, so she's probably like starting to walk outside, like walk out the
It's
tavern,
rolling-
and he's eyeing
it's
up
rolling down the
Orkfog,
stairs.
like giving him that stank eye.
You dirty whore.
Orcafor
I
doesn't have pupils anymore, so you're not sure if he's looking back at you, but
I walk downstairs, eyes dilated.
So glad of you to join us, Birdman.
Yeah.
Would you
Seth,
please
I
take a
typed up
seat
my
and
sending.
host this meeting proper?
What? Not all the Binder Lords are here, dude.
Is this meeting adjourned? Is what I want to understand.
We're talking about this meeting now, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over to where Birdman is.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, who are your new friends?
This is Killian Canis Pet Detective.
I elaborately
This
bow.
is a dude I've never met before, but he looks like he has good style and has a lot of money. That's a robot. I don't know
Beep
him.
boop. Fuck the frogs.
And that's a kid, so they're just letting anybody in here now.
Yeah,
You know?
I know the robot and the kid. I've just never met this canine and this elf before.
Oh, I don't know this elf at all, for real. But this is Pet Detective. I'm working with him now. He was assigned to me via City.
I'm here
now
to
I have
help.
to show him the ropes.
I'm gonna put my hand out to shake Canis's hand.
I shake his hand. How hard do you squeeze?
Enough to be respectful.
Oh, okay, good.
Killian, this is Setch. He works with
I work for PO.
me. He works with me. He works for PO. Yeah, he works with it just.
Oh, and Birdman, this is Thalos. This is Birdman. I thought you guys should introduce each other.
Oh, so they're just letting Are you drinking alcohol,
I
little kid?
believe the boy is fine.
Right.
I have tons of friends. Yeah.
We're friends. You give me tapas. That's how it works.
You see, he almost died actually.
As I heard, as I kind of turn back now to Setch.
I'm just standing there smiling at you.
I hope to be an ally in these coming days.
All of you guys are probably taller than Setch as well. Setch is like he has to kind of look up at you guys.
So Setch, I got some really interesting news. I think we should go outside and talk about it. I have a strategy that we can talk about in the coming, for PO's council and stuff. If you want to come out and talk to me about that.
The dust glues itself to Setcher's shoes.
What the fuck is this? He like
Great
tries to wipe it
sound.
off.
Dude, it's really
Birdman.
fucking nasty dusty in here. Yeah. What's up, man?
Yes, you've been going off on your own, talking
Yeah,
to
I do that a
people,
lot.
rather than everyone else here in this establishment.
Yeah, I get
He
pulled
is
off
kind
in
of a
lot really
lawyer.
awkward directions. Oh, I also am super, super high right now. You trying to hit this shit? I pull out a giant dick out of.
Hopefully,
I think
all
I'm
of this.
I'm making
will be taken
another
care of
sanity
tonight.
save. I'm
Um,
surprising I'm still making these.
damn.
Is it like a petrified like giant penis that's been turned into a bong?
It's like a metal penis.
it's a
Oh.
giant metal cow
metal-
penis
Yeah,
that was
exactly,
turned into a bong.